Okay. Well, Zikaran, welcome to the July 21st meeting of the Scituate Conservation Commission. This wonderful evening. There's a couple of quick things I need to read. This meeting's being held virtually as an alternate means of public access pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 21, temporarily amending certain provisions of the open meeting law. You're hereby advised that this meeting and all communications during the meeting may be recorded by the town of Scituate in accordance with that open meeting law. And the town of Scituate's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. The Scituate Conservation Commission is committed to providing an environment of respect during our meetings. We ask all members to interact in a polite manner, even when there's disagreement. We value the participation of our community and want all participants, including marginalized and minoritized communities, to feel welcome and respected. We ask our committee members and all that participate to commit to these standards and support and respect the community. Okay, thank you. With that said, I'd like to welcome Rob Burgess as another new member. Roger Carroll joined the last meeting, and thrilled to have Rob with us at this meeting. So welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Yeah, you see what you say. Think at the end of the meeting. Um, do we have a vote on our agenda?
Uh, I can make a motion that we accept the agenda as written.
I think I wanted to just bring up one quick thing about maybe Border Street Field.
Okay.
And I have one modification request if we have time.
And I'm sorry, one more thing for Mr. Baker. You do have Brendan Collins there. He needs to be a co-host, Mr. Baker. Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't want to exclude Brendan. Okay. All right. If those are the two things, I'll take a motion for the agenda.
I make a motion, we accept the agenda as written with the potential additions as noted.
That was Jen. We have a second.
I'll second that.
That was from Eric. All in favor, Penny?
She's not here yet.
Oh, okay. Brendan?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
And Rob?
Yes.
Okay. Do you prefer Robbie or Rob?
Robbie, please.
Robbie. So, thank you. Okay. 107 Edward Foster Road. This has been continued, and do we have Jen, where do we want to start with this one?
We have Adam Brodsky, Greg Morse, and Chris Lucas. I don't know if they want to give any brief update. And we have Amy Ball from Horsley Witten here also as our peer reviewer.
Okay. We'll let the applicant go first. Give us any additional information.
Thank you, Chair Snow. This is Adam Brodsky. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm a local environmental and land use lawyer, and I represent the applicant, Maureen Colvin. And Chair Snow, can I ask who's going to be sitting on this hearing? I know that Ms. Scott Pipes is not present.
Oh, okay.
Several
That's good.
members.
Good point. So let's see.
We got Frank and Brendan.
Has Jen,
And
are you
Eric.
participated or you're familiar before with this
Yeah.
107?
I know it's been continued a handful of times, but I've definitely seen it.
Okay. So we have Jen, Brendan, Eric, and myself as four members that have participated in the past. We have two new members that happy to have their questions, but to your point, they haven't really been here since we opened that hearing, so probably not
Thank you, Chair Snow. I just wanted to try and keep track of that. I'm here this evening with Greg Morse, a registered professional engineer with Morse Engineering, as well as Chris Lucas, a professional wetland scientist with Lucas and Environmental. We were last in front of the commission on June 16th. And since that hearing, we have revised the project to respond both to the Conservation Commission's comments as well as the peer review comments by Horsley and Witten. And we have done, as far as I can tell, everything that we have been asked to do with respect to this project, including providing a mitigation plan, creating a 20-foot vegetated buffer in the existing lawn. Horsley Witten issued its second peer review letter. And again, they're here to speak to that, but confirm that we had addressed their comments and the project as proposed meets the performance standards. Horsley Witten suggested one special condition, which is that we update the planting palette, the list of planting species, and provide an alternative form of Phragmites management. We're agreeable to whatever special condition the condition decides is appropriate, but I know that Chris Lucas is prepared to speak to that. So with that very brief introduction, I'll ask Greg to please explain the project changes and then turn it over to Chris to explain the mitigation plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening. This is Greg Morse. I'm a registered engineer with Morse Engineering, representing the property owner, Maureen Colvin. As Attorney Brodsky just said, this is a continued notice of intent hearing for a new single-family home at 107 Edward Foster Road. The civil site plans were put together by my firm. And since the last meeting, we had submitted a revised set of site plans, taking into consideration comments received at the last public hearing and from the conservation agent. To briefly run through the project, again, this is a fully compliant zoning lot. It's 18,084 square feet. It was endorsed by the Scituate Planning Board, and a notice of intent application was filed. The plans that we submitted, the revisions, first, we reduced the size of the building that was originally proposed. The footprint was scaled down slightly, and it was moved further back from the on-site wetlands. For wetland resources out here, you'll recall that we have at the top of the page in blue the edge of a salt marsh that's immediately adjacent to the Scituate Harbor. And then as you extend landward onto the site, you have land subject to coastal storm flowage or the FEMA floodplain at elevation 15. And then further landward of where the proposed house is, there is, by topography only, a coastal bank, although that coastal bank is not providing sediment source to the down gradient resources. This site is essentially entirely lawn, with the exception of that salt marsh area. It was previously lawn associated with the house next door, which is where the applicant resides. Those plan revisions, the reduction in the building footprint, allowed us to move the house further from the salt marsh. We're proposing a 52-foot setback. 50 foot is the minimum allowable setback per the local bylaw. We added additional notes to the plan regarding the driveway, and you'll see that the plan highlights in bold there that it's a gravel driveway that is proposed here. We're not proposing any pavement or any impervious surface for that matter on this lot. That wouldn't allow water to infiltrate or be directed to a stormwater system. We performed 2 soil tests at the site. You'll see at the front right corner of the house and then kind of the back left corner of the house, 2 test pits that I excavated. I'm a licensed soil evaluator by the Department of Environmental Protection. And I did those for 2 purposes. One, I wanted to confirm the presence of suitable soils for the drainage system in the dry well, which we found. We found sandy loam soils, which are perfectly acceptable for a drainage system like what we've proposed. Secondly, I wanted to confirm that this wasn't an area of historic filling or that there wasn't peat or unacceptable soil for the construction of a home foundation. The soils I found were naturally existing. I didn't find any evidence of fill or peat or organics in the 2 test pits that I dug. Next, we revised our limit of work with the project by adding a 20-foot vegetated buffer zone immediately adjacent to the salt marsh. On the site plan here, you'll see that I've highlighted it in green. That's an area that today is existing lawn. It's approximately 2,500 square feet in size. That would be planted. Chris Lucas, our wetland scientist, will go over the plantings that have been proposed in that area that would be planted so that there actually would be a buffer zone to that salt marsh. None exists today. At the edge of that mitigation area, we've proposed a split rail fence to prevent any encroachment from the future homeowners into that mitigation area and keep people out of the way. We updated the notice of intent application and a narrative associated with those revisions that I just provided. And I'm going to turn it over to Chris to talk briefly about the vegetation plantings.
Thank you, Greg. For the record, my name is Chris Lucas, professional wetland scientist and registered professional soil scientist. We had prepared a robust planting plan for the mitigation area, which, as Greg indicated, is located within the lawn adjacent to the salt marsh shown in that hatched area within the green hatch line, just below the blue salt marsh delineated line. The area is approximately 2,500 square feet, and we've proposed salt-tolerant native plantings. The proposal here is to create a meadow feature adjacent to the salt marsh, which consists of primarily Phragmites right along the edge of that wall. We're proposing 600 plugs. We've provided a detailed list of vegetation. That list comes directly from the state, specifically for planting in salt marsh buffer zone. As Ms. Ball pointed out, most of the species in that list are either not inventoried or upland plants. There are 3 plugs sets we have in there that are facultative so wetland species. She has suggested that we plant some additional wetland species due to the low elevation of that area. We have no objection to that. She had recommended a special condition, which we can modify the plant list later, but we have no objections to any of those plantings, and we can add some to the list. We've provided more on our list than we're going to use, so we've basically put a large list together, and depending on availability at the time, we'll select from that list. But again, 600 plugs in that area. We've also proposed a New England coastal salt tolerant grass mix to seed the area as well, to provide quicker stability and a more diverse feature here. Regarding the mowing, we would still like to request that we do an annual mowing. Part of that reason is to maintain this as a meadow. The second reason was to control the Phragmites. Based on Ms. Ball and comments from the commission, we understand you'd like to see a little bit more to that. We have no objection to preparing a little more detailed specification on how we can treat the Phragmites, if any does start to establish this area. So we would like to do a combination of 1 annual mowing in the late fall to maintain it as a meadow. And then we would also put forward a specification to be approved as a special condition for invasive control in that area. I think between those 2 measures, that should satisfy the commission, Ms. Ball, and also allow us to prevent the spread of the Phragmites through this area. And we would have a good mitigation plan for the project. And then obviously we also have a recommendation for 2 years of monitoring this area as a standard for most mitigation areas that we would work forward on. With that, I'll turn it back to Adam.
Thank you, Chris. Chair Snow, we're happy to answer any questions, or I know that Ms. Ball is present also.
Thank you. Jen, do you want to add anything yet, or?
I think we go to Amy's comments for now, please.
Okay.
And for me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. For the record, Amy Ball, senior ecologist with the Horsey Witten Group and the Commission's peer reviewer. Mr. Brodsky and Mr. Lucas both sort of accurately described what we had put in our most recent letter. As a total aside, I did not realize that that list came from the state. But we did suggest some alternative salt marsh tolerant and also potentially wet conditions tolerant species as a special condition. I think that would be appropriate if the commission does to just have a, an updated planting palette. I recognize that there's often availability issues when it comes to doing some planting plans. The applicant, if they wish to maintain this as an annual as a meadow feature, I guess that would make sense if they were going to mow it. As long as that is not the only way that they plan to manage the Phragmites, being a grass, it likes to be mowed. So it sounds like the applicant has a plan to provide some additional information, perhaps under another special condition for the commission's consideration. And I think that would be fine. And then I think in our letter, other than that, we had just recommended that the commission include a finding about the meeting of the performance standards under your local bylaw about land subject to coastal storm flowage, as well as a finding that the project is not within the watershed and floodplain overlay district. I'm afraid that was our mistake there. We conflated the two different types of floodplain districts. One being a zoning district, and the other is under your local bylaw regulations. So that's all we actually had. But otherwise, I believe the applicant has addressed all of our comments.
Amy, could you back up for just a minute on the
Certainly.
those flood zones? Can you just
Sure.
elaborate a little bit on that one?
So in our initial letter from, oh gosh, I think that was May, we had stated that the project was located within the watershed and floodplain overlay district, and that was a mistake on our part. It's not the watershed and floodplain overlay district, which is part of the zoning board's purview. Your local bylaw and the regulations have a floodplain overlay district, which is different.
Fine. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Jen, do you want to add anything before we start to ask members for
Well,
comment?
I do want to add some more questions to the commission about what they want to see in the mitigation area going forward to make sure I have the right conditions for that. That was probably my big question. And I do see that the split rail fence is on the plan. And I don't know that I saw a detail on the gravel driveway, but we would probably ask for that in the conditions also. But I think the big concern would be the mitigation area and how that is maintained going forward. So even when it gets when all this closes out, what's our continuing conditions on this area?
Okay. Let's see. Why don't I start with Jen? When you want to add anything to this or questions?
Thought you might come this way. I've been flipping back and forth through plans, and I'm having a hard time following. Greg or Adam, you said the house was pulled back from the 50. How much was it pulled back? Because I'm not really seeing a big difference visually.
It was pulled back to 52 feet.
Oh, okay.
And the size of the house got a little bit smaller as well.
How much smaller?
A little bit smaller. I believe we cut off 2 feet in the width of it.
Okay. That would explain why visually I'm looking at them and going, I can't see anything. Um, I think I'm
And you
okay
don't
for
you
now.
don't have to have all of them. We're gonna have a go
Yeah,
around here.
I think
Okay.
I'm good for now.
All right. Brendan?
I wasn't expecting to get called so soon. Um, so I guess my first question is regarding the test pits that were dug. It was stated where they were, but um, I don't see that. Are they showing on this plan?
They do
Oh,
show on that plan off to the left-hand side.
okay.
I put the logs on there.
I, oh, okay. I got it. All right. I see that. Um, and I see that some mitigation has been added. I don't know if I would think that's enough, honestly. I've done a lot of review on our past discussions on this, and yeah, I'm not really sure if what conditions I would want for this to approve this, actually, if I'm being honest here.
Sure.
So I guess that's just where I am. I just
Well,
kind of feel like we're in the 100. We're getting a little sliver here of some mitigation. I've looked at the um, wetlands regulations, and I just, I just doesn't feel like it should work. That's kind of my 2 cents, or 75 cents today.
sure.
That's
All
all I
right.
have to say.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's keep working through members. It is a kind of a site with a few things going on for sure. Eric?
So, yeah, I just want to start by saying I appreciate the inclusion of what appears to be a bit of work to put together a mitigation planting area. I do recall during one of our prior meetings saying I would like to see the conversation start with the highest spring tide line for mitigation measures. And as Horsley and Witten's report comes back saying a coastal wetland that extends landward up to the highest tide line, that is the highest spring tide of the year and is characterized by plants that are well adapted to or prefer living in saline soils. That high tide line is the limit of which the salt marsh has to potentially migrate to. That's why I wanted to start the conversation at the high tide line. I don't want to be overly onerous with my request. I'm wondering if we might be able to settle on something closer to the 7-foot contour line. I do oppose the annual cutting for a couple of reasons. One, I think that it should not be the primary mitigation method for Phragmites removal as it potentially encroaches into this mitigation area. But second, and perhaps more importantly, if we're establishing this as a meadow, a lot of best practices for meadows in terms of mowing regimes is on a 3-year cycle. There's a number of reasons to that. One, plant health, just in terms of establishment, especially during the first couple of years, but ecologically as well in terms of the plant's ability to set down significant roots, which helps with infiltration and uptake, but then also ecologically as it relates to a lot of our insects that may or may not be, living within those stems, feeding, which then feed a lot of our shorebirds. So as an ecologic resource and an ecologic service, the 3-year cycle has been identified as a general accepted best practice for meadow maintenance. So those two things, not wanting to rely on it as the primary source of mitigation for potential Phragmites encroachment, but also just for the well-being of this mitigation area, because everyone wants to see this succeed. I recommend not mowing every year on an annual basis. And if mowing must be done, putting that more on a 3-year cycle. I think at this point, Frank, that's all I have, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of pieces, and it's good to get some input, and then we can circle back. So, I think Roger or Robbie, do either one of you would like to weigh in? Again, I think the way that this works, where we started these hearings prior to your being appointed to the commission, you wouldn't be able to vote on those, but certainly like to get any comment that or questions maybe that you have.
No, this is Roger. No, I think since I don't have a lot of the history, formal history, I'll defer to my peers with their questions and opinions.
Okay. And Robbie?
I just had one, I think, just general question. As mentioned, I'm very new to this project. So the planting area that's proposed on the plan, what exists there today? Trying to just, is it just a lawn today?
Mr. Burgess, that's correct. That's existing lawn that goes down to a stone wall, which is the limit of the salt marsh.
Okay, great. That was my question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have anybody want to open this up to the audience, Jen? Do we have any other members that want to ask anything? We'll go to the audience.
If people want to raise their hand, I don't see that Penny has joined us yet.
Okay.
I do see a raised hand from Walter Sullivan. I will unmute Walter Sullivan.
Okay.
All right, you seem to be unmuted.
Thank you,
Walter.
Walter Sullivan. And I am here with Paul Mirabito, and we represent a group of abutters, including Bill Shields and Mr. McKelvey, who have a number of concerns about this application. And just a point of order, I believe the applicant indicated that the last meeting before the commission was the 16th of June. I have in my notes that meeting was continued at the applicant's request. So I think the last time the commission met was in May. And I'm going to let Paul Mirabito speak specifically to some of my client's concerns relative to the submission. But I will note, just as by way of an overview, the wetland line that was flagged was in 2019 expired. And we believe that should have been reflagged given the sensitive nature of this property for new construction. We also think there should be evidence of 10,000 square feet of upland shown on the plan. As you know from my prior communications, we believe that the applicant has to get a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals. I think it was represented that the building commissioner was prepared to issue a building permit. I've submitted through the agent to the commission an email communication with me where the building inspector has not made a determination that this isn't in the overlay district under the zoning bylaw under 430.7, I believe. I understand what Ms. Ball is saying, but it's our experience that the commission would rather that all the permits be obtained before going through the work at the expense and the many man hours and women hours that are expended in this type of exercise, especially where this was started in the spring. I would like Mr. Mirabito to speak specifically to the plan for a few minutes. He has a lot of experience with this area. So if that's okay with the chair, Mr. Mirabito is with me, so it doesn't require any unmuting.
Okay, thank you. One of my questions is, the plan doesn't show what the elevation system is based upon. Is it main sea level? Is it NAVD 88? That does make a difference as far as the contours go. The other thing is, to repeat what Walter said, we don't know if that backlot has 10,000 square feet of land. I'm assuming that the proposed mitigation planning area would be a wetland. You know, if that's the case, then I'm not sure if that lot in the back there is labeled 51-3-1-B has 10,000 square feet of upland. If it doesn't, that's not a buildable lot. The other thing is, on that same plan, Morse shows a heavy black line just behind the proposed post and rail fence at the upland side of the mitigation area. He labels that as watershed and floodplain protection district, but that's by graphic overlay from the 1972 map. That line is probably correct, but it doesn't show the boundary of that floodplain district, which we believe is the 10-foot contour. I think the evidence of that is in a photograph we sent the commission. I think Jen has it in her file. It shows the backyard of this area as well as the house lots to the east that are completely underwater. That clearly shows that the back of this lot does flood. If the commission were to approve this plan, they would still have to get approval from the zoning board that the land is not subject to flooding. And the evidence that we have, I think, clearly shows that it is. I mentioned that because across the street and to the east is the plan that we worked on for about 25 years for the Doherty property. And that was determined by the zoning board and the planning board that it was subject to flooding. The appeals court did not agree with that because they weren't using the proper standards for review. That land across the street was up to elevation 17, which is anywhere from 12 to anywhere from 5 to 12 feet higher in elevation than this land. At the time, we did get a determination that the land area between Second Cliff and First Cliff was all considered to be in the floodplain and watershed protection district, which would place this property in that same floodplain district. Again, to get the building permit, they have to meet all the requirements of the zoning bylaw. That special permit, I believe, is going to have to be obtained before the building permit can be issued. It's my understanding the permit has been applied for, but it has not been issued yet. The other question I have is when did the commission change their policy on not having a wetland reviewed by a peer review if it was older than 3 years? The reason I say that is the ANRAD that was issued for this expired, I think, 3 years ago. So the wetland line that's on the plan was simply reviewed by Lucas, but it hasn't been confirmed through the proper channels that you would normally follow for a line that's over 3 years old. We're requiring that the commission have a peer review and the wetland line be reflagged in the field accordingly because the ANRAD has expired. I don't think you can use the information on the ANRAD plan if that plan is no longer valid. I think those are all the questions I have at this time. And I'll send it back to Walter if he has more questions.
No, that sort of summarizes everything and where we stand. I know a number of the abutters also have some observations and they may be raising the hand shortly, but that's what we have for now.
Okay, thank you, Walter and Paul. Does the applicant want to speak to those specifically?
Oh, thank you, Chair Snow. This is Adam Brodsky. Most of what Attorney Sullivan and Mr. Mirabito spoke to are zoning issues. As you know, we've already resolved the issue of whether this lot is located within the town floodplain with the building commissioner. Chair Snow, you requested that we provide you with that information, and we did that several weeks, if not several months ago. It's really not relevant. That's a town zoning district, completely unrelated to what your jurisdiction is. To the extent there are any questions regarding the wetlands line, I'll simply refer that to Chris Lucas to speak to those issues. I think the delineations are undisputed, but I'll defer to Chris on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. This is Chris Lucas. The wetland line was previously approved. We delineated in 2016. As part of the new notice of intent process, we had survey refresh the approved line. I went out and reviewed it, confirmed that nothing had changed. It was subsequently peer reviewed by Ms. Ball from Horsley Witten, and confirmed as accurate. So this line, as shown for the salt marsh, is current and peer reviewed, and everyone's in current agreement on it.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Do we have anybody else on this?
Right, can I add one more comment quickly?
Sure, Paul.
On that plan, assuming the mitigation area is gonna be a wetland area in the future, the zoning bylaw doesn't allow to use the wetland area or the land in the floodplain and watershed protection district as far as your upland area. If you look at the black line on that plan, the Saline Watershed and Floodplain Overlay District, I don't agree with that line because it doesn't show the boundary. But if that were the line, I'm not so sure if you take out the area in the floodplain district shown on this plan, plus the proposed mitigation area in the salt marsh area, that you would be left with 10,000 square feet of upland. I mean, normally the plan would show which each lot has for upland area. I mean, if it doesn't have 10,000 square feet, then it's not a buildable lot. I don't know why the plan doesn't show that. And the front lot might be very close to that as well, the one that's up on the street. I mean, we've asked at least 2 other times have the applicant show what the upland area is on these 2 lots, and it's still not on the plan. I mean, if you don't have the required upland area, the lots aren't buildable. So everything you're doing here could be a complete waste of time.
Chairman Snow, this is
Thank you.
Greg Morse.
Yep. Go ahead, Greg.
Our plan does reference the endorsed planning board decision for this lot, which has full tabulations of upland land areas for this property. This lot here is listed as 18,084 square feet in size. And based on the delineation, that leaves this lot with 10,143 square feet of upland area. It is a compliant zoning lot with respect to upland land area.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we keep taking
Frank?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. In the last meeting here, Ms. Ball had defined a salt marsh, which I think is the definition as extends landward to the highest high tide and characterized by evidence of salt tolerant plants. Do we all agree on that?
Amy, do you want to
or is there
comment on
anyone
that?
who disagrees? Because my question would be that also in that same meeting, Mr. Lucas had noted that the only reason why Phragmites, which is a salt tolerant plant and a wetlands plant, a marsh plant, excuse me, wasn't growing on the lawn is because they were cutting it by the mowing. So even though it's mowed down, I would guess that it exists beyond that line. And one of my issues with this is that I am doubtful of that wetlands line. And I believe that the only reason it exists where it exists is because of human intervention and taking the plants out so we don't see them or mowing them down.
Okay.
Chair Snow, could we briefly respond?
Yeah, I'd like you to, but I'd also like Amy to as well, please.
Thank you.
So Adam, why don't you go ahead, or Chris?
Well, no, though, I would just point out that that is an existing lawn which the landowner is entitled to maintain under both the Wetlands Protection Act as well as your local bylaw. And so you need to deal with the conditions of the land at the present, not some future change which may be speculative. That's an upland area. There's no predominance of salt marsh, which I believe is the requirement for that to be salt marsh. And so I think it's entirely speculative. So the homeowner's perfectly legal for the homeowner to continue to maintain that lawn in compliance with the state act and the regulations. She is willing to give up a good portion of that existing lawn in order to provide mitigation for the project, which is located outside of your 50-foot buffer zone. I'm happy to defer to Greg or Chris, who knows more about this than I do. I just want to point out there's some misconceptions about what landowners can and cannot do in these areas.
If I may, I understand
Sure.
that. Yeah, I understand that if this lawn, presumably this lawn existed prior to November 1st of 1987. So, I only presume that, but just on the point of being speculative, I just wanted to note that I'm not actually being speculative. I'm just quoting at 59 minutes and 18 seconds in our last meeting, Mr. Lucas did say that mowing the lawn is keeping the Phragmites from growing through the lawn. And that's pretty much that's not speculation by me. Is what he said. And it'll be continued to be an issue if when march further through that area was the second line, something to that effect. That's not a quote though, that second part. So I just wanted to say that I'm not speculating that Phragmites would live on that lawn. I think it's clear, like factual.
Okay.
And the
And
only
to
reason it's
support
not is
And go
and
ahead.
to support Brendan with that, a coastal wetland that extends landward up to the highest high tide line. The highest high tide line is at elevation 7.51 feet. So if human intervention ceased, that would then be defined as a coastal wetland because that's how it's defined in 310 CMR 10.322. It's not speculative. So I just respectfully disagree with you, Adam. I'm sorry.
Again, I'm happy to be corrected, Mr. Di Tommaso. You also need a predominance of wetland vegetation. So the mere existence of the highest spring tide line doesn't indicate that it's salt marsh.
The human intervention factor, though, is what is preventing it from actually becoming what it should be. I think that's maybe where we're all sort of getting hung up, but what it is within the highest spring tide line. That's just fact. And human intervention is play here.
This is Chris Lucas. You have to use a combination of things, and you have to look at the existing conditions as they are now. The salt marsh does not always go up to the highest high tide line. It can. I've seen numerous sites, even without Phragmites and natural salt marshes, the high tide line is not always the indicator. It can go up to that point. So you kind of start with the high tide line. Where is it? We know it's 7.5 here, and then we start looking at the vegetation. Yes, in my statement at the last hearing, I do believe the mowing is keeping the Phragmites at bay, but in no way did I ever say it would go up to the high tide line. It may not. So we have to look at the existing conditions now, and it is functioning as lawn, keeping in mind that your typical lawn species, and this is not Phragmites we're mowing down here. This is your typical lawn. We it wouldn't be tolerant of salt marsh conditions. So I believe the line is accurately represented here. We're getting into speculative arguments about what could be, what might not be. You could start looking at all the towns and the roadways in Scituate and start saying, well, if we didn't maintain these, they could become coastal dune because we're leaving the sand there. So these are speculative arguments. We have to look at what's there now, and it is lawn now. It's not salt marsh vegetation. It's not Phragmites. We're proposing a robust mitigation area to account for this. And as a sidebar, Mr. Di Tommaso, I think we had looked at using the high tide line as a potential mitigation area, but it's not a straight line, and it gets challenging for monitoring and maintaining long term. It's not consistent, so we felt the straight line was appropriate here. It's almost 1.5 times the amount of the new impervious we're adding to the site, so 1.5 times the impact area we're proposing here. And we felt the straight line was much more manageable with this fence to maintain it long term. If that high tide line was a straight line, I would follow it in this case, but it's convoluted, and I think that's going to be problematic down the line, particularly for the commission to oversee and maintain. And even you're going to have an odd shaped fence through there. It's a challenge. So we felt that this was more appropriate. But going what we have now, we have a definitive lawn area. It's not salt marsh. It's not characterized by plants that are well adapted to preferring saline soils. And that is one of the requirements for it to be salt marsh. And there's no wetland vegetation there. We weren't getting hydric soils, as the test pits indicate, there's no hydric soils up there. So, I think we have this appropriately shown and addressed. Thank you.
Okay.
I do see one hand raised, FY, just so you
Yeah,
know.
before we go to that one, Amy, is Amy still with us?
I'm still here.
So you've heard a little bit of this discussion back and forth, and I don't know whether you familiarized yourself with the ANRAD that the commission had done on this. I think it was, did we say, I forget what year that was? But there was an ANRAD, and I think at the time it might have been Bob Gray from Sabatis that reviewed that. Can you do you recall that, or do you have any
I know we
recollection?
reviewed the ANRAD. I don't remember the specifics of it, but I remember thinking it was a reasonable, assumption. There is that wall there that may be holding things back. And the way we presented this in our peer review letters was, a straight reading of the salt marsh definition in 310 CMR 1032-2, that does state that it can go up to the highest highest spring tide of the year. And there's an is characterized by the plants that are well adapted in saline soils. So those are the salt marsh grasses. So while we didn't do an extensive review of the salt marsh boundary, it did seem reasonable from what we had seen from the ANRAD before. And the highest high tide line there, highest spring tide of the year, which is shown on the plans, would have the potential, and I don't think it's just the mowing. I think that retaining wall may be having a factor. And Chris, I didn't really go down into the salt marsh. Is that just a layer of rocks, or is it actually a wall, like a retaining wall type thing? Do you know?
It's a small rock wall, boulders, and
But it's not just a line of rocks across the back of the yard.
it's a line of rocks and it drops down, so it's fairly level. There's the minor gradient of it, but it's fairly level, and then it drops down a bit.
Okay, so it goes below the elevation of the rock, say, sticking out of the ground. What I'm saying is that
Yes.
it's functioning somewhat as a retaining wall.
Slightly, yes. There's a small boulder wall that does shift the elevation. And then the Phragmites is a narrow strip there. I can't specifically say what contour. It might follow the 6, might follow the 5, but there's a line of frag, and then you get into a very natural salt marsh further down gradient.
Okay. Thank you, Amy. Who do we have in the audience?
William McKelvey.
Mr. McKelvey? And if you just want to state your name and address for the record, please.
And I'm
sorry,
yeah,
William McKelvey, 89 Edward Foster Road.
Good evening.
A little confusion on this spring high tide stuff. They're showing it as 7.51 feet. NOAA has a chart that shows the mean high tide at 9.3 feet and the highest astronomical tide of 11.71 feet. We took some pictures the other day of what that lot 107 looked like after just 1.8 inches of rain. It was flooded all the way up to the big flower pot there in the center. So anyway, I just wanted to see if that was an issue or not. The other thing, I don't know if you guys take into consideration a letter like the one that Maureen Colvin wrote as part of her submission, but her neighbors aren't out to spoil her retirement. She currently has a view of the harbor in the house she's in, and she has an apartment that's rented out, which quite frankly may not be conforming at this point in time. When that lot was subdivided, it left the lot 97 with only 10,000 or so square feet of acreage. And as I read the rules and regulations, you need 20,000 feet to have a separate apartment. And when that lot was subdivided, it seems to me like it threw that into some sort of a violation.
But we don't, unfortunately, or fortunately for us, conservation doesn't have purview on whether these lot sizes conform for uses, Mr. McKelvey. So we'll try to stick to the conservation issues,
okay.
if we could, please.
Okay. Well, then I guess I've made my comments. There's an awful lot of us who oppose this. There were initially deed restrictions that prohibited this from happening. They supposedly expired after the 30 years went by. There's some reason to believe that they might have been re-upped as well. But I guess my primary issue then is the spring tide, mean tide, and
Can you just,
play.
I didn't jot that down at first. So
Sure.
the spring tide is 7.51.
As they have shown. The mean high tide, according to NOAA, is 9.3 feet. And if that extra footage there would make this project probably next to impossible.
And what was the third
the
elevation?
third one was the highest astronomical tide, 11.71 feet. You can look that up. It's under the NOAA.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. And if you have any other questions, feel free to jump back in.
Thank you.
Greg, can you comment on that? I think you're probably the person best suited to comment on those elevations.
Sure, I can. What I believe you're hearing is that there's going to be a difference in the datums that are used to establish that spring high tide. I don't know the datum that Mr. McKelvey is referencing with that elevation 9. With the elevation 7.5, we're on the datum of the North American vertical datum of 1988, NAD 88, which is the standard for the commission. It's also the standard that's used on all of the FEMA firm maps. So, it is, if we were referencing mean low water as our datum, I could see the spring high tide being at elevation 9 or 10 thereabouts, but that's not the datum we're referencing. We're on the NAD 88, which is the FEMA standard.
And this has come up before with different standards of elevation and tides. And to be honest with you, it leaves me baffled from time to time here. Okay.
I do want to add it's almost 7 though, just so you know.
Let's take a couple more people that are on. They've taken the time to listen to this. I want to get that information. We've got quite a bit to think about here.
Okay. I want me to unmute Chris Kubler.
Sure.
Yes, Chris Kibler, 104 Edward Foster. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I live more or less across the street on Edward Foster in 104. I like the chairman, I'm baffled by so many different experts having so many different opinions about tide lines and etc. But I live through seasons and astronomical high tides in which Edward Foster Road is completely underwater. And I'm sort of at the low point of that. My driveway, it rises halfway up to the house at this point in the worst of those astronomical high tides and nor'easters combined. And my great concern is so far it hasn't got to the house. Altering this wetlands doesn't make me feel real good about it getting any better, that's for sure. And, it may have the potential to make it much worse. So that's my concern. I wouldn't want this altered out of risk of flood that I already endure a couple of times a year, but have managed through as it is now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anybody else?
I do not see any other hands raised.
Okay.
I do have Mr. McKelvey just raised his hand again.
Mr. McKelvey?
I'm asking to unmute.
I wanted to point out that the numbers I gave you were from NOAA, and the date on that was April 17, 2000 and 2003.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So Jen just pointed out it's already 7 o'clock. We have about 8-10 more hearings this evening. And I don't think we're going to resolve this evening. Is there any information that any of the commission members would like either the applicant or anyone else to supply them with before we have another hearing?
It would be good to have any details for the driveway. I know it's currently most gravel, but if any improvement is going to be made, if more material is going to be brought, that detail would be good to have.
Okay.
If I may.
Yep.
I would like to know, if possible, when that stone wall was put in, or if the lot had changed in any meaningful way in the last 25 years.
Okay. I'm thinking that I remember that wall being there as long as I've driven out to First Cliff, but
I'm just looking on Google Earth, July 29, 2007, and it doesn't seem to be clear.
okay. If you can get it, if Adam or Greg, anybody can get any information on that, would be helpful.
Yeah, Chair Snow, we believe it's been there at least since the 1970s. It's not a new feature. And again, we're always willing to provide additional information to the commission. But and it's clear that apparently we don't have the votes of the 4 members to have a majority approving this project. But I just want to repeat that the experts all agree that the project meets the performance standards under both the state act and your local bylaw and regulations. I know that members of the commission have concerns, but as far as the actual wetland scientists and professional engineers are in agreement with respect to this project.
I guess one of the things, I appreciate that. Thank you. I guess one of the things that I'd like to see is if, and Greg, I know that you've done this before. We've had questions about this the mean high tides or mean water. If there's some way that maybe you could just put that either in a narrative or something on a plan, something to make it a little simpler to understand, would be helpful. And I think that's, so I really think we have to continue this, given the pieces that have been brought to our attention or come up. We have one more hand up. I guess I can do that, but I'd like to not prolong this. We say we have a lot of other hearings this evening.
Okay.
Chair Snow, I think that's my client.
Okay.
Okay, Maureen, I am unmuting you.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Maureen Colvin.
Good evening.
Hi, everybody. I just want to let people know that this lot has gone through every examination possible. And I can show you pictures from the 1970s where there was already a barn on this property a long time ago that got burned down. That stone wall has been there. I have pictures that David Ray gave me since I believe it was in the 60s. I believe my expert team has gone through every possible scenario to make sure that this is a building lot and that it does meet all criteria for such. It's got 14,000 square feet of upland that was proven. It's well over 18,000 square feet. I made sure that all of these aspects were looked at before I submitted this application. And I truly believe that you should be listening to their expert advice, including your own peer reviewer who has confirmed their findings. And I promise you that all of the information you're getting from the abutters is simply because they don't want to lose their view, which, by the way, would be fractional. So I hope you understand the facts behind that, all of that information they're trying to spread. I know Paul Mirabito hasn't been out here since 1994. I can't imagine how any of his quotes could be accurate at this point. So, you know, this is a person's life on the line. And we're not just throwing something out there that hasn't been examined in detail. So I trust my team. I trust you to do the right thing by that team. And I ask that you realize where all the objection is actually coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just, this commission tries to be non-biased. We'll try to look at all the information that's here and try to make our best decision based on that information. And that's why we're trying to gather that. Certainly your applicant, you've put a lot of effort and time and knowledgeable folks working on your behalf. And we're just trying to do our part in being as thorough as possible as a commission as well. So I do want to continue this. And if we come up with any other information that we think would be helpful, I'd appreciate it. Anyone could submit that. And I don't know, how far out are we, Jen?
We've got August 4th, which is I will say a pretty full agenda, and then August 18th is very available.
Adam?
I'm going to defer to my team. Both those dates are available. I don't think it's going to take us a great deal of time to provide you with additional information for the 4th. But if you want to push us to the 18th, I want to make sure that that everyone's available.
Morse Engineering is available on the 4th.
Chris Lucas, I'm available on the 4th.
Okay. So can I get a motion? From the commission members?
Yeah,
Get
I
a
make a
motion.
motion to continue 107 Edward Foster Road to August 4th.
Yep. That's Brendan. Can I get a second?
Second from Jen.
Jen, all in favor? Eric?
Yes.
And Frank, yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Night.
Thank you.
Okay. 185 Edward Foster Road.
I am unmuting Rick Grady. And let me know who else on the team to unmute. And we also have Adam Brodsky, and we also have Amy Ball as well for this one.
Okay.
And Janet.
And Janet. Okay, Janet. There she is. Okay.
Did has Penny joined us? Has Penny joined us?
Nope,
Yet?
her she does not have a computer.
Oh, okay.
I'm surprised she hasn't just driven to town hall to sit next to Frank.
I don't have a computer for her here.
Let's not encourage that.
She can just buddy up with Frank.
Oh, true.
Or one of the other members.
It's true.
All right. this was continued, so we have Grady Consulting.
Yes, I believe the applicants are likely on the call as well. I'm not sure if you unmuted them if they would like to speak, or I'm not sure if the landscape architect, Alex Higgins, is on or not either. Obviously, I do know Adam Brodsky is on since the last hearing. This is Rick Grady from Grady Consulting. Excuse me. We met with the commission on this on March 31st. At that point in time, we had proposed a low retaining wall near the edge of the existing lawn. That previously proposed wall has been removed. We've provided an updated detail of that. The applicants would like to do some flush granite landscape feature there to demarcate the limit of the lawn for the lawn term. The existing area closest to the coastal dune there is already previously developed grass lawn area. That's where the majority of the work closest to the dune is taking place. We are proposing to remove a section of existing lawn to construct the rain garden with native species, native plantings. That elevation's at about elevation 9 existing. We are proposing to raise that to approximately elevation 10, give or take a few inches in either directions. So we are proposing to raise that approximately a foot, bringing us up to elevation 10. We are in a coastal flood zone here, elevation 15, zone AE. Being a coastal resource area, the flooding emanates from the ocean here, flows from east to west from the Atlantic Ocean, across the revetment into the harbor and across these properties here to that calculated elevation AE 15. The volume of fill that's being proposed here in that yard area is really de minimis. It's not going to increase the flood elevation of the coastal floodwaters that are coming from the Atlantic Ocean for this flood zone. The proposed grading in smaller storm events will actually promote the flow of floodwater, say in that elevation 10 range, into the proposed rain garden, really concentrating it, and if anything, providing protection to the yard area, lawn area to the west of the property. Excuse me. The retaining walls that are proposed in close proximity, or the walls of the additions in close proximity to the house, roughly follow existing building for 185 Edward Foster. They are similar to the walls that you can see on the lower part of the screen that were constructed for the property across the street at 184 Edward Foster Road that was approved by the Conservation Commission, and construction was completed within the past year or so. At the request of the reviewer and the commission, we did request a waiver for work proposed within 50-foot buffer of the coastal dune. We do question whether that waiver is indeed needed, since it's a previously developed grass area. So we're not 100% sure that waiver is really even needed, but it is submitted as requested. The existing lawn area will be reduced with the construction of the rain garden and native plantings. We understand that per Scituate wetland regulations 10.28 coastal dunes, the commission's goals are to protect the 4-dune zone from activities that have a potential to increase wind or wave erosion. The proposed project, since we're coming up approximately a foot, we are on the landward side of the coastal dune area there, and we will be removing grass or lawn. So I think if anything, we're going to improve the situation, not increase wind or wave erosion. Again, no change to the public from dangerous storm forces. Those would be up at elevation 15, almost 5 to 6 feet deep in this location during a large storm event. That's going to happen with or without the proposed project. We do believe that the rain garden and the removal of some of the lawn area that the applicant has offered will enhance the ability of the dunes to serve as a natural storm buffer. And then the item D under the goals, to protect the ecological value of the foredune zone and dunes, in particular, but not exclusively, including its functioning as a bird nesting habitat for threatened or endangered species. The proposed work area is not in a natural heritage area. The proposed infiltration area is really a conveyance mechanism. Currently, roof drains from the existing home discharge onto the lawn, creating kind of a messy situation following storm events. We're trying to enhance the landscaping here, and by routing it through this subsurface system with an overflow to the rain garden, we'll be maintaining existing drainage patterns and really conveying that away from the landscaped areas and increasing the ability to maintain the yard area with a vibrant vegetation. WPA Form 3, page 4, has been updated to reflect the 10,250 square feet of impacts. They don't have areas on that form to differentiate between temporary and permanent. I do believe that the impacts are entirely temporary, as the yard area will be restored. One other thing the applicant wanted me to discuss with the commission is a question that come up as far as a staging and access area for the proposed additions. And in our response, we had written that we would stage from the existing driveway. After closer consideration, that really wouldn't make a lot of sense here. We'd like to access within about 30 feet of the proposed addition for construction, staging, and access with temporary access to Edward Foster Road. This would be similar to how it was staged across the street at 184 Foster Road. We've reviewed the special conditions suggested by the commission's peer review, and we don't have any objection to any of those special conditions. So unless the development team, Adam, or the applicants have anything to add, I'd be glad to turn it over to the commission for questions.
All right. Adam?
No, thank you, Chair Snow. I'm playing second banana to Mr. Grady this evening.
Okay. All right. Why don't we, Jen, Smith, do you want to defer to Amy and Janet?
Yeah, yes, and maybe let's bring up, I want to say it's page 3, the landscape plan, just so people can see these areas on their proposed work where they're going to be adding vegetation. I think, yeah, it might be the next page. There's a lot going on, but the first page doesn't necessarily show all these areas where plantings are going in. And I did want to hear the reviewers' comments. I think one of the concerns was just making sure this plan will work and another problem isn't being caused for an abutter or for the street. Those kinds of concerns.
Okay.
Thank you.
So either Amy or
got-
Janet, whoever wants to
I
start.
can start, and then I'll have Janet back me up on some of the engineering aspects. Again, for the record, my name is Amy Ball. I'm a senior ecologist with the Horsley Witten Group as the peer reviewer for the commission. This is our second letter dated July 15th, so just last week, of the notice of intent review. I'm just going to go through the points as we have them because I want to be fairly clear about what we're asking. The first comment was regarding the coastal dune. We had originally recommended that the applicant provide the commission with an explanation of how the project meets the coastal dune performance standards. And I believe that the applicant has stated that because there's no sand in the proposed area of disturbance, and as Mr. Grady just pointed out, this is not the fore dune, it's the rear, the back dune of this resource area. We believe that they are probably meeting the standards for work within a coastal dune. and within 100 feet of the coastal dune. But our discussion really focuses on this second point about the land subject to coastal storm flowage, which is base flood elevation of 15 feet here, and how the filling of this area with about a foot of additional material will meet or address the performance standards at your local regulations under SWR 10.3815 G1. We do believe that the second part of this, just as a footnote that we have in our letter here, is that it doesn't pertain to the construction of new habitable structures. So it really focuses on that first part. And I'm going to read that because I think it's important to understand. So G states when land subject to coastal storm flowage, AE, AO, or VE zones is significant to the interests of flood control and storm damage prevention, the following performance standards shall apply. Any activity shall not have an adverse effect by increasing the elevation or velocity of floodwaters or by increasing flows due to a change in drainage or flowage characteristics, e.g., change in direction on the subject site, adjacent properties, or any public or private way. The applicant has stated that they will not have any change to these, but has not really stated how that would not affect this. The applicant is asking to fill a large portion of the backyard, about a foot. The preamble to your regulations basically says that filling and the placement of solid fill structures within these zones can cause the refraction, diffraction, and or reflection of waves, thereby forcing wave energy onto adjacent properties, natural resources, and public or private ways, potentially resulting in otherwise avoidable storm damage. We believe the applicant really has not met that burden of proof in demonstrating that this filling of the backyard, I know they said they don't have a retaining wall there, but they have some sort of landscape structure that is going to hold that fill in place, is going to maintain that drainage. It doesn't have to be up to the elevation 15. Anything up to the elevation 15 or lower during certain flood events would be impacted by your regulation due to the amount of fill that has been placed in there. So this is, this is the flooding from the ocean, not flooding from the sky, not a storm event. And we have been recommending that the applicant, quantify both the temporary and the permanent impacts that the land subject to coastal storm flowage would incur. And they have stated that it was 10,250 square feet. Mr. Grady just said that it was not, he felt it was all temporary, but it is not temporary. We're filling in a foot of elevation. So potentially, a quarter-acre foot of fill. The next point we had is about the buffer strip. The applicant has requested a waiver. Mr. Grady just mentioned that he didn't necessarily think this was necessary, and that I will leave that to the commission. But they are referring to the goals about the coastal dune, and that the stormwater management system would protect the public, in parentheses, the homeowner, from dangerous storm events. And we would just like to point out that the public also includes the adjacent property owner or owners and those that use the adjacent public way to the east. So we had suggested that the applicant provide some additional justification in support of that waiver request if they are seeking to have a waiver request be considered by the commission. As for the landscape plan, we have no further comments about the plantings that are proposed. We had suggested a couple of special conditions for the erosion and sedimentation control plan. And the dewatering plans. And let's see here. Mr. Grady has just noted that they have a perhaps plan change, or at least an approach change on how they're going to access the rear of the yard not from the existing driveway, but off the road. And so that may change our comment about making sure that it's not tracking any dirt or debris off of the construction site. And then finally, we had mentioned that we felt it would be best for them to stockpile things as far away from the coastal resources as possible. I'm going to pause there because the next part of it is pertaining to the stormwater management plan. And maybe turn it back to the commission for some discussion, unless you want to keep going forward and then talk about it all together.
No, why don't we address some of that first? That's quite a bit to think about. And thank you. I think you go back to Rick if you want to address some of those comments.
Sure, yeah. The elevation of the applicant's yard area here is a little bit lower than Edward Foster Road. Some of the improvements that were done to the drainage system there has helped the flooding that used to come from Edward Foster Road and heading to the west. It has gotten a little bit better, and as long as that existing drainage system is kept unclogged, it will likely continue to help this area. The existing grades do drop slightly from east to west under the existing conditions. And if anything, raising this yard is going to serve as a way to push that water towards the coastal dune and towards the harbor and really kind of divert any sort of low storms in that 9 or 10 elevation away from certainly the neighbors' houses in their backyard, and push that closer to the dune. In the larger storm events, if that water is coming through there 5 feet deep, there's really nothing stopping it. It's still going to go from east to west like it does today. And we're certainly not going to be increasing the elevation of the floodwaters due to the amount of fill that's being placed here. It's not going to flood the ocean.
And Chair Snow, I'm sorry, Rick.
I'm sorry. No, I was just going to say, as far as the construction entrance goes, we would certainly be willing to provide a crushed stone construction entrance in detail to prevent any tracking of mud and sediment off the site into the roadway.
Okay. And the storage, can I just, one more that came up, just address the storage of materials?
Yes, we had replied to a comment that we would store materials and staging within the existing driveway, which was not a practical answer for the contractors. It was going to be problematic because it's the opposite side of the house. We'd like to have an area approximately 30 feet off of the proposed addition that they could use for staging and access for construction.
So roughly where would that be?
That would roughly be how can I explain that? It would extend roughly down to where the existing elevation 9 contour is shown on the screen. Except it wouldn't necessarily have to trail away like it does to the north.
So is it in the location of the rain garden?
Oh, no. Much, much closer to the home. Yeah, we're talking about within about 30 feet of the existing home and the proposed addition. Obviously, to construct the rain garden in those portions, that's a different story. That's a site work portion of the job down in that area. We're talking about the staging of the building construction. So within about 30 feet of the proposed building. I hope that answer made sense.
Frank, are you muted? Oh, I see.
Ms. Smith, has Mr. Chair Snow frozen?
Let me go see.
Yeah, it looks to be that case. I'm going to troubleshoot.
He's probably lost Wi-Fi. Hold on one moment. We lost Wi-Fi, so if we can have a couple minutes to get reconnected.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're back up and going. Can you hear me?
Can hear you now.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Chair Snow, it's Adam Brodsky. I just wanted to point out, with respect to the abutters, you may recall that at the last public hearing, I guess now, in March, Mr. Harold, who lives to the east at 184 Edward Foster Road, supported the project, as did Tim and Laura White, who live to the west of this property at 181 Edward Foster Road. And the commission may remember that the Whites live at the low point of this bowl, and the commission approved a similar but different project on their property also to mitigate these flood effects. So both the abutters to the east and the abutters to the west, I think there's one intermediary property between this property and the White's property, but that's a vacant lot, support this proposal. And anything to do to help moderate flooding in this area is welcome.
Thank you. So maybe we want to hear from Janet on the stormwater piece or
Sure.
drainage.
This is Janet Bernardo. Can you hear me okay?
We got you.
Great. For the record, Janet Bernardo, professional civil engineer with the Horsley Witten Group. We conducted a review of the stormwater design for this project, and separate from the ocean waves coming into the project, we were looking at the backyard and what is happening to the stormwater that lands on the house and on the front of the property. And currently, as Rick Grady just noted, the stormwater flows from the roof to the backyard. And currently, I don't know if the plan that's being shown can be pulled down a little bit to see closer to some of the contours that are on the top of this sheet. But the 9 contour and the 10 contour, it is kind of a bowl back there, as was just also mentioned. And the stormwater from the roof kind of sits in that bowl. It doesn't just run off the site to the ocean because there's a low point in the backyard. And so putting in the chambers for the roof runoff is all well and good, but the chambers need to be able to hold as much volume as the backyard currently holds, or managing so you know that it's not going anywhere else. So that whatever the water is being contained, and whether it's holding all of the runoff that's coming down to that backyard from a 100-year storm event, is all being contained in chambers that are above the groundwater, because right now the ground, the surface is above the groundwater. The chambers that they're proposing, there's 12-inch pipes that are below the groundwater, so when groundwater's high, they will not hold the won't help. If groundwater is already in the pipes, there will be no storage capabilities. So that was from a stormwater point of view, that was one of our big concerns, that the chambers would be fine if they were above groundwater and they could hold all of the water that the roof is sending to the backyard currently. And we're concerned that the chambers are discharging to the rain garden, and the rain garden discharges out towards wetland flags 2 and 3. We asked where it was going because it was confusing. And wetland flag 2 and 3 basically go towards the property line to the west. So it doesn't go to the ocean still, it just goes to the abutting property. So that was kind of our stormwater concern. If that makes sense to you guys.
I don't know if we can zoom in a bit more so you can see the proposed change in grading. It's
the 10, there's a big 10 in the middle, which it was stated that it's basically a foot of fill. And right now that backyard is holding the roof runoff. And it will infiltrate when groundwater is not too high, but as Rick Grady mentioned, it's messy, and it's messy because groundwater is so high. And so once they fill it, that water has to go somewhere. Some of it will be contained in the chambers, but if the chambers are not above groundwater, they can't contain the water. And we wanted to be sure that the chambers were sized with whatever the backyard is currently holding. The applicant did not think that was necessary, so that's our concern.
Yeah, we are familiar with the provisions for compensatory flood storage for an inland resource area. It's typically not applied to a coastal resource area for compensatory flood storage volume.
But this isn't discussing compensatory flood storage. This is discussing what the existing backyard holds of stormwater that's already getting there, and then what would happen when you add new impervious surface and add more stormwater there. We need to make sure that those chambers are, even during high groundwater, if you're going to get a storm event that's large enough and they overflow to the great rain garden, and the rain garden overflows to the abutting property, where's that water going?
And that would be the theory of compensatory flood storage.
But we're not talking about compensatory flood storage.
But what you just explained is compensatory flood storage.
But where do you stand with putting more stormwater towards the abutting property? How like I don't see how you can see that that's an acceptable solution.
This is a coastal flood zone. The decrease in flood storage volume by raising the backyard as proposed is not going to result in increased elevation of flood events
But we're
due to
not
the
looking
nature
at
of the coastal flood zone.
we're not looking at the water that's coming from the ocean flooding into the backyard. We're looking at the water that's coming from the sky, falling on the roof, and then landing in the backyard and pooling there. And
So
currently making a messy backyard. So that messy backyard is wet. When we were out there during our site visit, we could feel it's mushy. So to get it away, I mean, if it was draining and then continuing to flow towards the ocean, that would be a different discussion. But it's the low point is the abutter, not the ocean.
right, so we do feel that what's proposed here will improve the situation here. It will promote additional infiltration. Yes, there may be periods during a storm event where it won't be able to infiltrate due to high water, but it will improve the existing condition.
Improve it for the homeowner.
The homeowner.
So Chair Snow, it's Adam Brodsky. I know that the client Anne Marie Bowden wishes to speak. I see her hand raised. If I'm not going to get in the middle of the engineers here, but I have a couple of observations, which I think you've seen. Putting aside coastal flooding, and we've already talked about that. With respect to the sort of rainwater, it also sheets easterly to westerly and ultimately ends up on the White's property. So anything that can be done on an incremental basis to help infiltrate that, even if those infiltrators in large storms, rain events, are not going to hold the volume of water from the roof, is going to be helpful to the downgradient property owners. And as Rick has suggested, we're not dramatically changing those contours east to west. Rainwater will pool. If it reaches a level, it will continue in a westerly fashion, ultimately end up on the Whites. The Whites perceive this as a benefit and an improvement. And so I think they're again, as a practical matter, are good judges as to whether this thing is going to work and would have benefit.
Right.
And again, just remind you that the client would like to speak. Thank you.
Right. And now we're going into another fairly lengthy hearing. It's not, I mean, for whatever reason, we've continued this one multiple times, I think at the applicant's request, if I remember right.
It was a
So,
coordination with peer review.
okay. So I think it's important for the applicant to speak if it could be fairly brief. I'd like to go through the commission members. And then I don't know, we'll have to see where this is going to go, but because we still have we have a lot of other folks that have hearings this evening as well. So if we could hear from the applicant and then maybe a quick question from commission members so we have time to prepare for another hearing. So if we could hear from the applicant herself, that would be great.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
This is Peter Gilbert and Anne Marie Bowden at 185 Edward Foster. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much. So two things. One is I'll address first the stockpiling. We have to the southwest side of our property, a small driveway where we can stockpile the supplies and things that they need to do to build out this deck and things of that nature and whatever's going to happen in landscaping. So I think hopefully that'll address that, and we'll put all the erosion and control systems and sediment control systems that need to get put in place, whether it's socks along the line and protect from that side down into the yard, as well as along the fence line to our neighbors. On the second point, our neighbors to the west have done an amazing job with building in a control system on what they're having problems with water, and it's worked incredibly well. We had a big storm 2 or 3 weeks back. Many of you might remember it. They filled up, as did we, but it literally had cleared out very quickly. And we're trying to do the exact same thing here, where we can take all this water pressure off of all of our neighbors and ourselves, and then move it through these systems that hold it down underneath the ground line. And then there's this rain garden. It'll pump it up into that. And yes, we still expect that there's going to be water overflowage. It's primarily going to be in our yard. It's not going to drift to the east or the west. But we're pretty convinced that what Grady Engineering and what Tim White and Laura White have done is going to be enormously beneficial.
I just want to also say that, contrary to what was said earlier, it isn't coming off our gutters. It's coming down the street into our yard. So we're trying to create a solution for all of our neighbors, and they're all on board to get all of this water into a place that's safe. We don't get any water from the harbor or the ocean in our yard. It's all coming down the street. That's a difference. So to think that we're getting water pouring over from the ocean is completely false. All right, I'll let Tim speak if he wants to.
Thank you. I'm good. We're going to really go to members. We want to take the application, and then we typically would go. We've heard from our peer reviewers. I don't know if Jen Smith has any more comments, and then I'd like to get to commission members. Jen, do you have anything else you want to add at this time?
I don't have anything to add. I think Amy covered our concerns of just wanting to know that we're not causing other problems, that we know where the flow is going.
Okay, thank you. So why don't we go, Brendan?
I don't know that I really have a question right now. This back and forth has got me thinking. So, but nothing specific right now.
Okay. Eric?
So yeah,
you may want to hold on the plants materials for right now. If we can stick to we're gonna have more to do here, but if we can stick to the kind of the this filling and these issues. And I think what would be important for commission members this evening is try to say what your questions are if there's things that you're unclear with what the applicant or our peer reviewers have asked, and so that we can have a decent list of questions for the next hearing. That makes sense. I don't mean to interrupt you, Eric.
No, that's good structure for input right now. I think my first question is more of a clarification. So on the present screen that's being showed on Zoom right now, below the terrace, it says proposed patio. On a second sheet, rather, it's the third sheet with the landscape plan, it says that it's going to be lawn and planted. Could we just confirm what it's going to be? Because both of the sheets that I'm referencing are dated June 26, 2025. So I don't believe I'm looking at something that is, an earlier version. One just seems to be, labeled as patio, and the other one has a clear defined planting plan. And just for clarification, what are we looking at here?
The landscape plan provides a better depiction of exactly what the finished product will be. That proposed patio text should be moved closer to the house.
Okay, thanks, Rick. Second question, and this is more in relation to land subject to coastal storm flowage and potential sedimentation as it pertains to the rain garden. Is there an operation and maintenance scheduler plan associated with that, given disruption? How is that going to be maintained, post significant storm events?
Yes, there is one included with the application, and yes, it will require a vigorous maintenance following a storm event.
All right, thank you, Rick. And I think the question has already been raised, just relative to how that wall that is on the rear of the rain garden in front of the infiltration system will impact storm flowage. I think that question was asked by the peer review, so that was the only other one that I had on my list. I'll leave it at that for now.
That section there is really not intended to be a wall anymore. We removed the wall, and they'd like to slope the vegetation. They would like to do a granite block border or edging set into the grass just to demarcate the limits of that. And I think that provide a demarcation to prevent further encroachment in that direction in the future as well.
Okay, so just as I'm looking at it, we have spot grades 9.75 FG for finish grade. And that is in sort of continuance with what the slope will be going down to the 9-foot contour line just on the other side of the rain garden, correct?
Correct. So the soil would slope down about 9 inches right in that particular location.
All right, thanks, Rick.
Not a huge change in elevation right there.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Eric. Jen?
I think I'm going to hold for now.
Okay. Let me ask Brendan, did you have anything else you want to put out there?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Again, we opened this a long time ago, though we haven't had much discussion. Roger? Hey, I promise you that all these projects aren't this complicated as what you're saying right now.
It's the second meeting. We've gotten through 2 of them tonight, right? No additional questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Robbie?
Just a couple of quick questions. What is groundwater elevation currently? Is there any information on that?
Yeah, we had done a small test hole where the ground elevation is 8.96 there. We did find some modeling at 10 inches below the surface.
Okay, so you found groundwater 10 inches below existing grade.
Yes, so roughly elevation 8.
My second question, I believe the applicant mentioned that a lot of the stormwater that they're trying to mitigate is coming from the street, but it's not clear to me how the system that's shown on the plan addresses runoff from the
Right
street.
down into our property.
On extreme conditions.
No.
Yeah, that's not intended to mitigate any runoff that's coming from the street. There is a discharge pipe from the street drainage down directly to the harbor that unfortunately is prone to clogging from coastal action there, so it does need a lot of maintenance. So they do experience spillover, and the spillover could continue down in the existing direction. So this really wouldn't alter that flow pattern when it happens.
Thank you.
It looks like Janet Bernardo has her hand up.
On our.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. I was surprised that Anne Marie mentioned that they're trying to mitigate the runoff from the street, where Rick Grady had been commenting about the runoff coming from the house. So I'm just looking for a clarification if the project is supposed to be mitigating roof runoff, or is it mitigating roadway runoff?
It's supposed to be mitigating roof runoff. Unfortunately, if that system's not maintained in the road, there's not a whole lot we can do other than trying to get the DPW out there to clean that pipe.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just thinking again, we're up against some time. Is there information that we can have for a future meeting that would be beneficial? I've got one quick one, and I don't know if anybody else saw this on the third page. I was a little confused. It's showing these blocks that are like a border. So it turns out, I think originally that was going to be a wall, and then it got changed to a border, like these inset stones or stone banding that's at grade. But it shows a pretty steep slope coming off that banding. So is all that elevated? And so that banding is up on a elevated area, and then there's a slope as opposed to a wall. Is that the intent?
That is the intent. You're seeing that correctly.
Okay. Do other commission members see that? It's on the third page, maybe off to the side. Josh, can we slide that over a little bit, maybe?
The granite block border detail. Yeah.
So that had been like a block, chunks of block. That would have really been more like a wall. That would still be flush, but it would wind up holding that earth back. And instead, there's like a slope being created. Is that clear?
So this is on the paper west side of the sort of flattened area in front of the patio.
I'm assuming that
no, not in front of the patio.
This is down.
No,
Been going on.
I understand that, but like the flat area in front of the patio that contains the infiltration system, it'll be off to the left there.
Comes down.
So that border, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. That's correct, Eric. Along the westerly boundary, for a large distance from the patio / elevated part closest to the addition, and then it's on the southern side, and then it jogs up. Really, you'd have to pull that sheet down to, there we go. So starting on the westerly boundary, heading out towards the rain garden, then to the east along the rain garden, up to the north, and then back to the east. Hopefully that made sense without being able to point to it.
Um, and then the two discussions kind of to help members think about this a little bit, and we've had this before. So compensatory storage, sort of meaning that whatever they could put in this area for fill really would have no impact on the ocean or flooding in the harbor or whatever. You can't put enough fill in here to change. It's like dropping a marble into a bathtub. There's going to be no recognizable difference when that happens. But to our peer reviewers, so the overall fill of this doesn't really have much impact on the harbor or all those other areas. However, on a smaller area where right now there's a depression and runoff from the storms, rainstorms goes into that area. So now they're sort of shifting that towards the harbor into the into the infiltrators and then into the rain garden. Am I kind of summarizing that? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But the question that comes up often with this is, so in front of the rain garden, that's in a limited wave area. So when we elevate this area, are we sort of moving these waves towards Edward Foster Road or towards the White's property?
We have presented that we are not increasing that, and we hope that the commission agrees with us.
Okay.
Regarding the elevation of that infiltration system in relation to the modeling that we observed, I'll suggest that perhaps we could pull that closer to the house, which would enable us to raise it up a little bit. And with the overflow down into the rain garden, it would perhaps function better.
Okay. But that's not, I heard somebody say something about it being pumped, but that's not pumped, right?
No, it's all gravity.
Okay. All right. Again, we've got another hour into another hearing. I really think we need to continue this. Maybe the applicants heard some of the concerns of the consultant, put some information together. I would certainly encourage maybe some dialogue between the consultant and the engineer, so it could be maybe more informed on both sides before the next hearing. If that makes any sense. Maybe Rick, you could get some things out. They could answer some of that. So,
Yeah, we're glad to connect with them.
Okay. Any last minute things before we continue this?
You have one a butter's hand raised.
Okay. It's got to be hopefully quick. You just name your
Good evening. Good evening, Tim and Laura White, 181 Edward Foster Road.
Good evening, Tim.
Hey, Frank, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you
doing? We would like to reiterate our 100% support as abutters to the project. I appreciate both the peer review and the consultant's effort when it comes to controlling stormwater management, obviously a big issue for us. I wonder if the consultants and the peer review would give consideration to allowing the applicant to tie the drainage piping to the municipal discharge point, as was allowed at 181 Edward Foster Road. Just a point of reference. The work has been approved before, and it would allow the water to flow to an existing point of discharge to the harbor. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you, Tim. Okay. Jen, what do we want to do to continue this?
Yeah,
I understand what you said.
We can go to the 18th.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
I make a motion to continue 185 Edward Foster Road to August 18th.
That's Brendan. I have a second.
Second from Jen.
All in favor?
And
Eric?
Penny is with us.
Oh, okay.
This is great.
Yes. Eric, yes. Penny? Just say yes. Roger?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Yep, too. 85 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I'm unmuting Greg Morse. I thought I saw Jeff DeLisi on here. I'm unmuting Jeff DeLisi. And we also have Janet who reviewed the stormwater for this. Let me know if there's anyone else.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jen. Jeff DeLisi, Orenberger, DeLisi, and Harris. You all can hear me, right?
We got you.
Great. All right. So Greg Morris is here with me, and that's our team for tonight. I can already tell that you guys are would absolutely love to have a hearing that's fairly quick in duration, and I think I could be the white knight and offer that up.
All right, let's get at it.
Really, pretty much we were at short strokes after the last meeting. There were a few, I think we were just waiting for a revision, comments to our revised plans, which we're commenting to Janet's peer review. Very minor things. This project concerns Kennedy's Country Gardens, a small portion of a proposed parking lot improvement is jurisdictional. There's a swale and a rain garden, also jurisdictional. And we think we have a great project. Since we were here last, the planning board has approved the site plan. So we're looking for the issuance of an order of conditions and a stormwater permit. And we think we've addressed all of Janet's issues. And my recollection in the last hearing, the commission was very happy to receive this application, thought it was a good project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Jen Smith.
I would like to hear from Janet.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Again, for the record, Janet Bernardo, professional engineer with the Horsley Witten Group. And we provided a peer review for Kennedy's Country Gardens. There was 3 letters. The last letter is dated today, July 21st, 2025. And we feel that the applicant has addressed all of our concerns and we are comfortable with the design as presented. I was trying to be short for you.
Thank you.
Do you want me to go longer?
No, that's very helpful. Thank you. Okay. Jen, actually Penny.
Nope, it looks great to me.
Okay. Jen Foley.
Yeah, looks good.
Brendan.
Looks good, thank you.
Eric.
Yeah, looks good.
Okay. Roger.
All good, fine with it.
Okay. Robbie.
No questions.
Okay. Do we have anyone in the audience? Looks like we have a hand up.
All right, I am unmuting Diane Legro.
And you just want to state your name and address.
All right.
Diane, can you?
Well, all right. So I'm asking her. There we go. There you are.
Oh, hi. Hi, I'm Diane Legros. Martin Butler and I live at 50 Neilgate Street. We're on the other side of the property line.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Hi. We were good neighbors to Chris Kennedy. We always have been. We continue to be so. We want them to succeed. But there are a couple of questions that we have. We are affected by the stormwater that comes from their property onto ours. I can point out to you where that's happening. It's damaging our Norway spruce grove. It's damaging our driveway. We have a stone dust driveway. There's a lot of water that comes across there. If you look where the septic system is proposed to be, that area now has a landscape material all over it, and that speeds up that water. It has for maybe 5 or 6 years now. I see that as a solution to that. If you look a little to the left, the existing greenhouse is going to be moved, and it looks like there's a couple of swales that will be put there to help move that water possibly towards the drainage pond. So I have a couple of questions about those swales, please. I'd like you to consider, I'm looking at the length of them and the distance to the drainage pond, and I know this land very, very well. I would like to know if you could extend that swale further down to ensure that that water does go to the drainage pond where you want it and not to another area of our property, or that it doesn't pool right there. It's very possible. We have a large concern about that pooling right there. So that's the first question about that. The second question, yeah, do you want me to do 3 questions or just go one?
Sure.
One,
why don't you just go with the questions?
Okay, they're pretty quick. Okay. The second is, what material might it be? We understand that, you know, water behaves very differently with different material, grass or sod or whatever that's going to be. And the third would be, what would be the operations maintenance plan for that? So that there isn't sediment, there isn't debris, and, you know, weeds and things. We have been affected by those things as well. There's lattice work at the bottom of the fence we installed, and that is stoved in many places because of the debris and things that have come up against it. So those are 3 questions, if you can help me out with that.
Great, thank you.
You're
and
welcome.
by the way, we were in receipt of some photos that you sent that show runoff coming from the Kennedy property, kind of coming under a fence.
That's our fence. Yes, that's exactly the spot that I just described to you.
Yep.
So yeah, I did have Chris Kennedy over here about 5 years ago and walked him along the fence and did show that, and asked if he could do a French drain, and it hasn't been able to happen yet.
Okay, thank you. Greg?
Sure. In looking at that location, you know, as you just heard, there's materials that do get stored over there right now, kind of stockpiled materials. Those are proposed to be removed when the new septic system goes in that area where the septic is. That will be graded flat. There's also a leaching catch basin over there in that corner, just to the right of the septic system as you look at the plan here, that really has limited functionability right now. We are proposing to clean that catch basin out so that we'll get better.
So that water will go that way, I understand. But it also comes, the topography of the land comes straight down and towards our property, as does our property. The whole land, you know, has a large slope to it. So that water is going to continue in this area that we're talking about, where these 2 swales are.
Understood. So also in that area there, you'll see that we are relocating 2 greenhouse buildings closer to the intersection of Neilgate Street and CJC Highway. So we're reducing the impervious ground coverage in that area.
Yes.
What you'll see is that we're removing those greenhouses, and that's going to become new outdoor display area.
Yes.
So there will be paved walkway as depicted here, but in between that walkway, that's pervious surface. That will be a crushed stone surface essentially, with a filter fabric under it, where there would be outdoor display for plants.
Can you extend it? Can you make it that a bit longer? It's going to go right towards our property. There's a low part there. I have a studio right on the other side of that fence. Like, there's 3 feet. There's only a chain link fence there. And those buildings that are going to be taken away. My 4th question is, you know, what will go there? And you just did answer that. So can you extend that swale?
It could be extended, yes.
Great. Great.
Janet?
Yeah, I think extending that swale is a great idea. It looks like there's space between the 2 properties and the proposed walkway, and I think that could be a really great solution.
Okay.
Can I just understand this a little bit then? So would that swale run along the property line and drain into that drainage pond? It would start up near the septic and continue along the property line? Is that what?
That's what I was envisioning. Yes.
That's what I envision.
What Greg is envisioning. Okay, yeah. Right.
Okay.
I'd like to envision that. Yes.
So, and just to be clear, so where there was an existing greenhouse and that aquatic center and shed and all those are going to be removed. And then the area, those squares are places where plant materials stored, but not a building, right? Is that
Correct.
okay?
Right.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how, is this something, is the planning board involved in this, Greg or Jeff as
So
well?
the planning board has approved a site plan for this project. They have jurisdiction over the entire project for site plan review, and they've already approved it.
Okay.
But they have, while
But we're
they've
doing, the
kind of
commission's doing the stormwater, our commission.
exactly.
Okay.
While they've kind of reviewed and wanted to hear any stormwater concerns by Janet, they recognize completely, because we talked about it, that you are the stormwater permit granting authority. So I don't think that, should you condition approval that we extend the swale and attach it to that drain, I don't think it would be inconsistent with their approval, and I don't expect a problem.
Where is this with the Board of Health?
It has, Greg, you probably can answer that, but I'm not sure it's been filed with the Board of Health yet. Greg?
I believe it's been filed. I don't know that it's been approved yet. They review these administratively.
And they want to see that you approve before they approve. That this is a discussion topic I've had for years. So you guys in the past have taken the opposite opinion, but where it currently stands is they want you to approve before they approve.
Okay, the comment I have from them is it sounds like they were looking for a detail on the plan. It wasn't like where the water line was. It wasn't I'm just finding my notes now on that. It wasn't anything very system related. Frank,
Sure.
may I ask a question about the plan? I just so in that area where the septic is in the swale, we've got the paved walkways going around the display areas. And then between the walkway and the property line, what's the surface there?
Just a crushed stone with a filter fabric, a pervious surface.
Okay, but okay, all right, up to the property line. Okay.
I mean, it looks like topography wise that would work, right? It's all draining, it's all pitched towards the pond.
Correct. Topography wise, it would work fine to grade a swale in there.
And there's enough space between that paved area to get a decent swale that's and to the abutter's concern that it could be maintained.
Yeah, there's approximately 10 feet between pavement and the walkway and the property line, so that's enough for a swale. Yep.
Okay.
And of course, that crushed stone is going to eat up any velocity of surface water, kind of to the extent that it even would flow in that direction.
Yeah.
Looking at that stone swale detail, but that's not going to be the same. I mean, that's a 20-foot wide swale.
Yeah, that stone swale detail is over next to the shop down on the south side of the project. And that conveys all the stormwater from the front paved parking lot. So yes, a different detail.
Okay. Does anybody else have any comment?
Yes, I have one other comment. It's mentioned in Janet's review, but for the rain garden, one suggestion was to at least condition having a test pit done. If we, unless we want it done before, but just to make sure that it can hold what it's designed to hold.
And we're happy to do the test pit at an installation. That was Janet's recommendation. We're happy to accept that.
Okay. So how do we get this this last piece of the swale?
Do we want to increase it and maybe have a detail for it as well?
Jeff, do you have a suggestion on how to address that?
Well, of course, my suggestion would be to vote it subject to a modification to the plan, extending the swale to the satisfaction of the conservation agent or something to that effect, because I think we could accomplish that without having to eat up a whole nother hearing.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Jen, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, but that isn't in our orders with a notice of intent. It's with a stormwater permit. Am I right about that? Or combination?
We'll put it all in our order of conditions. That we'll combine the stormwater permit with our order of conditions.
Okay.
So we'll the operation and maintenance plan would be included in it. If we all of that would need to be met before anything got closed out.
Okay. Diane, you still have your hand up. Do you have another comment or question?
Yes, and this is more like a neighborly request. If you look at where that aquatic center is and the shed that are going to be relocated, there is only the chain link fence there. And, our garden is on the other side of that, our sitting area, my studio. I was wondering if it is going to be a very big privacy issue for us. We do hear the walkie-talkies now, we do hear the people, but, we weren't going to say anything about that. But this is going to be a little bit different with the fence there, the chain link. So I'm wondering if Kennedy's can put up some greenery there as a buffer for that, some privacy, or put something over material over that fence or another type of fence. Is there a plan for that, or anybody considered that?
So there's no plan that I've seen for that specific area, Diane. I'm sure that Chris would be happy, obviously, given what he does for a living, to make some proposal to you about that. So, I mean, the best I could recommend at this stage, short of the Conservation Commission itself requiring something that's not shown on the plan, would be that we make good faith efforts to communicate and address a vegetated buffer in that area. I just, from a business perspective, not having him on the telephone right now, I don't know the feasibility of it, and I'm sure he has the ability to create some kind of buffer, whether it be in pots or planted into the ground. I don't know.
Okay. I did submit a photo of the two sheds. The back there's a really only 3 feet in between that. There's the chain link fence and my.
No one shared those with me.
Okay. All right. Okay, I will continue that with him, and hopefully, do I need to just because I don't know the answer to this, do I need to get that in writing from him when I ask him that this time?
I think just, and not to be right now, those are actually probably more issues that have been dealt with the planning board. I mean, we're trying to deal with the stormwater piece, which is
Right.
the water runoff.
Right.
And not to shove this under the rug. I think you made your point. It sounds like they've made some effort to work with that. But for our purposes, I think we want to stick with the drainage and with the wetlands piece.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody in the commission? Anybody else? Okay. Jen, what do you want for a motion?
I'm happy if you want to close and issue. We've mentioned a couple conditions that we would want to include, and then I would add with some of these plantings, and especially with a the rain garden, we usually have some sort of surety to kind of to go with that. So we would include all that in the order of conditions.
Okay. So can I get somebody to make a motion?
I can make a motion. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, hallelujah. I make a motion, we close an issue and with the comments that will be added to the orders that have been mentioned. Is that okay?
Seems pretty reasonable. Anybody else?
I'll second that.
So we got a second. I think that was Eric by a thread. All in favor, Jen? Did we lose Jen, by the way?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
After 8.
So that was Penny that made the motion. So Brendan?
Yes.
And Roger?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
And Frank, yes. Did I get everybody? Okay, thank you.
Can I ask, Roger and Robbie are new to the commission. Are they replacing anybody, or how is this happen?
Richard has stepped down.
Oh,
and we've been missing Doug for a while. So we're the good fortune of two souls that were willing to jump into the fray. And they had a great meeting to
a long one.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Good luck, guys.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. 36 Cliff Road. This is also continued.
When do they want to continue to, Jen?
Oh.
No. We 36 was continued to today.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Great.
I'm on my phone, by the way.
Okay. Well, you're doing a good job, Penny. This is Greg.
Yep. For the record, Gregory Morse, registered engineer, Morse Engineering, representing the property owner and applicant, David Burnham. This is a continued notice of intent for his property at 36 Cliff Road South, which is down at the Fourth Cliff section of Hummerock. As was stated at our last meeting, the purpose of this project is to reinforce the existing revetment that's on the ocean side of Mr. Burnham's property. There's an existing planted portion of the slope, and then at the bottom of the slope is stone revetment. At the bottom of that revetment is coastal beach in the Atlantic Ocean. Some of the stones have settled over time. The commission has seen similar projects on several of the abutting properties to reinforce the revetment. Since the last meeting, we made a couple of plan revisions. First, we added a profile of the bank itself, specifically identifying the locations where stones would be stacked at the bottom of the revetment. This is not a complete reworking of the slope, but essentially just along the toe of the slope. Secondly, we proposed a change to the vegetated plantings at the top of the bank. Our proposal, there are several areas that are just unvegetated currently. There were barren soil spots. We had proposed Rosa rugosa to fill those spots in. We've changed that recommendation to Rosa carolina, Rosa virginium, Baccharis halimifolia, and Prunus maritima shrubs. Thirdly, we identified within the stone revetment itself, there are mortared joints between several of the stones out there that have cracked. We've estimated that approximately 10 to 20 cubic yards of mortar would be needed to replace and repair those cracks between the stones. We've quantified that repair on the plan by additional notations. On the profile of the bank, we've identified the stones at the bottom, again at the base, that we would be importing as many as 12 3 to 4 ton stones to refill in the base of that wall. We've added an additional note that the existing boulders that have gone out to sea, essentially, or out onto the coastal beach, that are sunken, those would remain in place. We wouldn't be digging those out or altering those in any way. I believe we've made those revisions to satisfy the commission's comments, and that this is in keeping with other projects in this area. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. Jen?
Yes, they provided the additional detail. We great about the vegetated slope and would suggest conditions to let them maintain that. If plants get damaged, they can, keep appropriate plants there. As far as the revetment is concerned, and any chinking, we just want to emphasize that we don't want to be making it a flat surface, just, repairing cracks, but keeping, we don't want things to end up flat. And the other point would be about making sure all of this work is not going into the high water line, or if it is, additional permits might be needed. Those are just a couple extra things to say.
Yeah.
Okay. Who was on this? Penny, we haven't got to call on you first because you weren't here. So
You're gonna call on me? I was here for the last meeting. My concern is cementing the boulders together again. I'd prefer to just leave the cracks and let the water flow through. I don't know. I understand that's how they used to do it, but I don't like it. That's my only comment. I think the plantings are great, and but I am not a fan of putting cement back between the boulders.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brendan?
I don't have no, I don't have any comments on this.
Okay. Eric?
Two questions just on the operational side, Greg. Time of year for the work and what the equipment storage would look like if this project is going to take multiple days.
Sure. Time of year, this will certainly be done in the off season. I would say probably October, November, December, is when you'd be out here doing this work. And there's an access point that the town allows contractors to access the beach, a couple doors to the south of this. You're not allowed to store any equipment on the beach. So you would be taking the material you'd be placing it, and then you'd be removing the equipment from the beach every day, and bringing it back if it was a multiple day project, unfortunately.
All right, thanks for that. And then just because Jen had mentioned it, where in relation to the work do you know where the mean high water line is or the highest tide of the year would be?
So the mean high tide line in this area is generally at around elevation 5 is the mean high tide. Okay. The back property line here at the toe of this revetment is at elevation 10 to elevation 11. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You will get astronomical high tide events that probably do come up, or certainly during a storm event, up to elevation 10 or up to elevation 11. But we're not proposing placing any stone below that mean high tide elevation. We don't own where that mean high tide elevation is.
Right. Okay. Those are my sort of highline questions there. So thank you, Greg.
Okay. Roger?
Yeah, I got a just question for inquiry. It's kind of going off of what Penny said. How do they typically build these walls? You mentioned using concrete, and Penny, you mentioned some of that's the way they used to do it. What's best practice these days when you're building out something like this?
Sure. If this was a brand new revetment that was being built, typically we would be going in and putting down a geotextile fabric to retain the soil on the bank. And then we would be placing stones on it, and then we'd be larger stones, and then we'd be using smaller stones that are called chink to fill in the gaps between the big boulders, okay, and solidify it. This revetment here was built some time ago. I don't have a date of when it was built, but I don't see any evidence that there's crushed stone underneath it or that there's any sort of geotextile fabric underneath it. And so, how these things fail over time is it's the movement of that sediment that's the bank going toward the ocean. And as that sediment moves, these stones slump and fall down and fail. So with a revetment that's being built today, it's that filter fabric in that crushed stone that's behind the large stones that prevent that sediment from migrating. Putting, stones back today will certainly be better than how it currently is. But the way that this revetment was built is that there's concrete between the stones. At the top of the plan, if this scrolled up to the top, you would see photographs of the existing wall. And it's not just our portion of the wall, but it's the abutters portion of the walls too. That was the method that they were constructed in, was that there was concrete between them. Again, that would really be to trap the sediment behind the stones and prevent the stones from sloughing. It's not really a matter of infiltrating stormwater. We really don't want water getting behind this because we want to prevent the migration of sediment toward the ocean.
Okay. No, thanks. I mean, I just have my question is knowing that area and what's happening with that whole area is like adding the concrete does what value? And I think you just kind of answered it. It's kind of helping keeping the moisture from getting in there, which will cause even more erosion if I'm hearing you correctly.
It is, and I think unfortunately, either way you slice it, this is a battle against time, and over time, Mother Nature is going to win for sure. But it could be repaired with or without the concrete. Obviously, our proposal is with the concrete because that's what's there.
Hi. Robbie?
Just curious, if this is typically the concrete, if it's a specialty mix design. You mentioned, Mr. Morse, that the install would be in the off months, October, November, December, where normal concrete might have some temperature issues in terms of impacting its service life. Would it be expected that this would be a specialty mix that would be able to cure properly at lower temperatures?
Sure, that's something that when they make the mix at the plant, they'll put certain additives in it for scenarios just like that. If it's a cold temperature, they'll put some additives in it. In this scenario here, they'll probably put some additives in it as well, just to help with smoothing of the concrete. The concrete here would be placed by a pump truck, so it would have a relatively high slump on it, is what we call it, which makes it more of a liquidy concrete as opposed to a solid concrete when it's initially placed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have anybody in the audience on this one? Okay.
Frank?
Yes, Penny.
Yes, I just wanted to make a real quick comment. I forget how long, it was a while ago, we had another project out there and they used that access, the town's access to get out there. And when they left after the job was done, there was quite uproar from the neighbors that it was not left the access the way it was when they originally went in. So please, Greg, make sure that they know they have to leave that access exactly the way they're gonna find it when they start trucking stuff in. Okay?
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay. Jen? We ready?
Jen Foley's not with us.
No, Jen Smith. Do we want to?
Jen Smith. Yeah, I think we would put that in our conditions about that area. I do think they already
If you could just lower your mic, Jen, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, thank you. We would want to mention about the access area and the conditions, although I do think they have spoken to DPW, but just make sure that's coordinated with them or with the town. And the the stones that they're bringing in, I think there's also some details about holding them in place a certain way. If I remember correctly what I was reading. All proposed relocated boulders shall be chinked together and dry set, but that'll you're not making this like it'll still kind of have a rough element to it, if I'm understanding that correctly. You're just doing that
Yes, it
to
will.
hold things in place. And is there any how does it work when you're hitting the boundary of the property? I guess I wouldn't want like I don't know, does it just end or is there like a gradual ending?
So right now it's essentially sandy beach, basically right up to the base of the property, or the toe of the slope here. So we'll stake out the property lines, and we're going to want to place these boulders as much up gradient and on the stone revetment as possible. He doesn't want to place them on the physical beach itself. So.
I meant the property lines, like not to the ocean side of it, but with the neighbors.
The neighbors. So I mean, we will certainly stake the side lot lines. You know, we have to tie in on either side.
Yeah, with the boulders already there.
Correct. Both neighbors have stone revetments at the same elevation and essentially of the same, materials and construction methods on both of their properties on either side of this one.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't like a hard end, and then you've got an area that
No, there isn't.
other problems get caused.
No, it's not a hard edge. It's a continuous stone revetment on either side of us.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Are we done?
I think so with this one.
Okay, so
You wanna
I'll make a motion to close and issue.
Are you okay with that, Jen?
Yes, for this one, yes.
All right. It's a motion from Penny, a second from somebody?
I'll second that.
From Brendan, all in favor. Eric?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
And Frank, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
133 Maple Street. Stormwater, this addition. We have someone from McKinsey.
Yes, I unmuted Austin. Austin,
Yes, how you doing? Austin Chartier, McKinsey Engineering Group.
Good evening.
Good evening. So yeah, I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Mark Chalmers. We filed a notice of intent for a 1A activity, which is the addition to an existing single-family home, as well as a stormwater permit for greater than 25% alteration of impervious area on the lot. The project was before the commission on June 16th and was continued. We were in the process of responding to a peer review letter. We responded to that peer review letter and we issued a revised site plan. The major changes from that site plan, where we did a full stormwater analysis on the site to make sure we weren't increasing peak rates through the 100-year storm event. And as part of that, we looked at the soil testing, basically, seasonal high groundwater out here, and we modified the stormwater system from a essentially a concrete drywall to a shallow Caltech system, which we did submit a full stormwater report for that. And another change was the complying with the zoning bylaw for the 20% impervious coverage. So zoning approved this project last week by the changes we made by removing the shed in the rear. It's approximately 118 square feet of impervious removal. And then to get under that 20% threshold, we're also going to cut out a front section of the driveway and replace it with a permeable paver driveway, cobblestone or pavers with joints that'll be like a pea stone permeable material. Obviously the notice of intent we filed, the project, the addition, and the stormwater. It is within the 50 to 100-foot setback to bordering vegetated wetland. That wetland is associated with an intermittent stream. That intermittent stream is tributary to Tract Pond, which is a public water supply. So that was zoning's major concern was we don't want to issue something that greater than 20% impervious coverage. So
what does this say, Coldbrook?
Yeah, Coldbrook, so it's a capital C, 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
And then from the last hearing, the commission issued just a little bit of concern about the buffer flowing, the new impervious directly adjacent to the wetland. So we had Brad Holmes of Environmental Consulting and Restoration prepare a mitigation planting. I saw the tab pulled up. Essentially, we're just proposing some native species along the buffer zone. It'll be roughly a 5-foot wide buffer between the property line and the addition. It's a narrow lot, so there's not a ton of space to work with in terms of mitigation, and there's an existing septic system in the rear of the lot, which we are staying 25 feet away from with our stormwater system, and the structure and deck all comply with zoning. And I'll leave it at that. I can answer any questions. I think Mark Chalmers is on, who's the applicant as well.
Okay, thank you. Who would love to stick their toe in here? Eric? Or actually, Jen.
So also,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Jen,
Well,
you wanna...
I don't have Deb Keller with us tonight, but her last comment was, essentially that she was okay with the stormwater aspect of it, just in short. And I maybe might have a couple other questions, but since she's not on the call right now, I'm looking through my notes to make sure I have all of her questions in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah, just quick. We responded to her initial peer review letter, and she issued an email with a couple outstanding questions, which we replied to. And then her last response basically was saying that she was all set with it.
Okay. So Eric?
So Austin, just remind me, there's been talk of soil test pit being done. Has that been completed? And if so, what were the results of that?
So yeah, we used soil testing out here that was done during the septic system. If you zoom to the top, I believe it was done in 2018. She did recommend the condition that we do one prior to installation of the system. The system
Right.
alone is simply volume essentially. But yeah, so here are the test pit logs in the backyard. Because it's a small lot, this is pretty good coverage with these 4 test pits. So in the backyard, we had groundwater 22 to 24 inches. So we basically held that as groundwater and came up from there for our system. We are asking for a minor reduction from the 2 feet that's recommended for stormwater management. Just because of the existing top of foundation elevation, we can't have the system above where the water's coming from. So, but that being said, it is clean water coming from the roof. It's only taking water from the roof. So to comply with the water quality volume, the water is actually clean. So it's not, usually you want that 2 feet to treat the water. So it's actually clean water that's going there, but we're getting the full volume by coming above the estimated seasonal high groundwater. And
So
she agreed with that.
would that test pit be able to be done in the near term?
Yeah, it would be. I think the applicant's eager to get going out here, so that would probably be the first thing we do is, get our silt sock down and dig that hole before we do anything. Um, Essentially what would happen is if the groundwater is higher than we assumed, which it is a shallow groundwater, so I'm not based on the existing grade out here, I'm not thinking it's going to come up much, but we would essentially have to, pour a higher foundation wall and raise our drains slightly, maybe a couple inches, but we're not anticipating that based on the pretty good coverage we have with the soil test pits and the consistency we had within them.
Yeah, I just bring that test pit up because that was the concern. I forget how long ago the previous meeting was, because if that test pit indicated something other than what you were planning for, and as you just said, there was an adjustment to the foundation that would change grades and the plan in some way. So we're just looking at it from the perspective of if something did have to change, we wouldn't want that happening after the orders were issued.
Understood. Yeah. So, I mean, basically in the peer review letter, we essentially highlighted that as well because it did come up. So we added these test pits in here. It was very consistent in terms of material and depth to groundwater. So that would be certainly the first thing we would do out here.
All right, Austin. Well, thank you. That's all I have for right now.
Okay. Penny?
No, I'm all set. All our questions have been answered, I think. Thank you.
Brendan?
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger
No questions for me.
and Robbie?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Do we have anybody in the audience?
I don't see any hands raised, and depending on after your questions, Frank, I might have some additional questions and comments.
I think we got it. It's a tight site. There's a brook right there. There's floodplain issues, but it's an intermittent stream that goes to the other brook. I'm not sure. Excuse me.
Goodness.
I don't think I really have anything else to add this. It looks like, as long as looks like you did trying to work some things in to get the to meet the ratio of impervious areas. So you're eliminating the shed and then removing.
They're going to remove the existing shed.
Right.
Yep.
And then there was a section of the driveway that's being converted to impervious or permeable pavers. I'm assuming that's to meet that.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. It's
square
a 20
footage.
It's exactly. It was just a function of getting the essentially impervious site coverage down. It's a 20,000 square foot lot. So the site coverage is tight to stay under that 20% based on what they wanted to do. So I think it was and it's a benefit to it'll increase recharge to groundwater across the site.
Sure. Okay. I don't think I have anything else. Do we want to make it? Go ahead.
Well,
Frank, I just want to say, so the 20% was related to the water resource district, but they are increasing the impervious on the site by 34%. So that's where the stormwater was triggered.
Okay.
So they do have that's for their addition, and then they do have a mitigation strip along the side of the property. I just wanted to make sure people saw that, and that
Yeah.
the test pit being accurate in showing the results they want there is important. There's not a lot of other space to move things around.
Right. I think though a lot of times, Jen, I mean, we have the datum from the septic, which is, I think their point is such a small area, be pretty consistent. And so worst case scenario, they have to pour a foundation that's higher, and they'll have to put like a haunch in the foundation so they can raise the grade up a little bit.
Yeah, that would just be strictly to get the roof drains, underground essentially. But we're not anticipating that.
I think we've done this a couple of times, rather than have the expense of bringing a machine back, digging another hole, taking it out. When you get started with the work, they could do a test hole. And if they determine at that time that the water table's not correct, or they have to elevate that, then it's just a modification in the foundation. We're talking about inches. So it'd just be a modification in the foundation. Maybe we can work that into the orders that they have to get back to us with that.
Yeah, we had reached out and had the conversation with Deb Keller of Merrill about that was essentially the summary of the conversation was, to get out there and do that, it's going to keep pushing us out. And she was pretty confident that we had pretty good, consistent results out here at least. So I can coordinate with Jen and Merrill about witnessing that. And, when we
Get
do
it
our
done.
initial site walk or something like that, maybe we can coordinate it. To do the test pit now, and if it's that shallow, we could potentially do it with a very small machine.
Okay.
When we're doing the silt sock or something with the commission or the Jen.
I think that would be okay with me.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
Nope, just monitoring of the plants, all those standard conditions that go with that, and the stormwater conditions as well.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll make a motion to close an issue, Jen.
Unless anybody wants more information, but otherwise close an issue.
I make a motion to close an issue.
That's Penny. For a second.
I'll second that.
That's from Brendan. All in favor, Eric?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
And Frank, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
You too.
All right. Now we have 18 to 20 Country Way, James Tren.
Yes, and they've requested a continuance, but we do need to open it.
So Roger and Robbie, in these instances, once the project's been advertised, we'll open the hearing, but the applicant can make the request to just continue to a future date, because since it's already been advertised, we're going to open it, and then we're just going to make the announcement that the project gets continued without any discussion, which at this time of night is good with me.
Yeah.
On July 30th at 6 p.m., the Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40, Massachusetts General Laws, and Section 30700 Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws for the notice of intent and stormwater permit for James Trans for the construction of a multifamily dwelling located at 18 and 20 Country Way, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend. Information to access the meeting will be available on the agenda posted on the website.
You all set?
Yep.
Okay, I make a motion to continue 1820 Country Way to September 8th. Somebody second it,
Do we want
please.
it till what was the date, Penny?
September 8th, it says.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'll second that.
From Brendan, all in favor, Eric?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Robbie,
Yes.
and Frank, yes. Great.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now we're at 45 Rebecca Road,
Yeah.
and I think, is that something I need to open?
Yes, we need to open this one. And I'm unmuting Greg Morse.
On July 21st, 2025, at 6 p.m. meeting, Situate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700, Town of Situate Code of Bylaws, for notice of intent filed by Judith Saltia for the expansion of a deck and driveway located at 45 Rebecca Road, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend. Information to access the meetings will be available on the agenda posted on the website. So,
Good,
good evening.
good evening. Greg Morse, registered engineer, Morse Engineering, representing the applicant and property owner, Judith Salira. As was just read into the record, this is a notice of intent for a project at 45 Rebecca Road. The project really has two parts. The first part is expansion of an existing driveway. The second portion being expansion of an existing deck. The lot itself is depicted by the black bold lines. The lot is 6,236 square feet in size. Previously developed with a single-family home. It abuts the seawall in the Atlantic Ocean at the top of the page. In blue delineates the top of the seawall. It's located in a FEMA flood zone, land subject to coastal storm flowage. It's a velocity elevation of VE 16 between the seawall and halfway through the house. And then from halfway through the house to the bottom of the page here is within an AE at elevation 15. From the street, which is at the bottom of the page, Rebecca Road, up to the house, there's an existing driveway. You'll see it labeled, it's an asphalt driveway, a bituminous concrete driveway. The proposal is to remove the asphalt and put down a new pervious paver driveway. The paver driveway would be a double wide driveway, so you can see that the outline of the driveway itself becomes larger, but it is a pervious paver as opposed to what's there today is an impervious pavement. On the ocean side of the project is the expansion of the existing deck. The proposal is to expand the deck out approximately 14 feet from the existing toward the seawall. The new deck would be at the elevation of the existing deck, which is at elevation 17.8 and complies with FEMA standards. It would be on a total of 18 new sonotubes, which would be placed under the deck surface at the positions identified on the plan here. DEP had no comments on this. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Greg. Jen?
Yes, DEP didn't have any comments. It's a area considered, a dune area amongst everything else. It is a house that has a foundation, and I agree with what Greg said, regarding the driveway. I'm not sure what people's thoughts are on the expansion of the driveway, but good to see that moving it to a pervious surface versus asphalt. And for the deck, I'm assuming nothing's happening, underneath of that. It's just whatever the natural, whatever the current surface is type thing. And those are my questions for now, I guess.
Okay. Brendan?
On the pervious pavers, the driveway,
Yep,
the pavers themselves are not, we're just talking about the space in between the pavers is pervious.
correct.
Okay. And it's unknown how much flow this can handle, like gallons per hour type of thing.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
It's only an eighth of an inch.
Right. Well, it's only an eighth of an inch. Is
Yep.
this really pervious? I'm not sure. I don't know what I think about the 2-inch reveal on the stone edge, but I guess we need something, right, to hold these pavers together.
Correct.
Yeah, I guess that's all I really had a question on.
Okay. Penny?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. One is, how far away from the seawall is this deck, Greg?
At its closest point, it's 1.5 feet off the back of the seawall.
Okay, here's my problem with that. 1.5 feet. If you need to do some repair to that seawall, you ain't getting anything bigger than me in there to do any work. I just wish people would stop putting these decks so close. You know? I mean, a foot and a half is nothing if you have to do any seawall repair. And in this area, I don't know. I'm not crazy about it going out that far. I mean, that's a huge deck. Couldn't you just go 12 feet out instead of the 14 and give some space there? And also, to be honest with you, if you had some more space there, when we have a storm and it washes over, it will have more room to go straight down and underneath the deck instead of right onto the deck. So I just am not crazy about that. And but that's just me. I thought I'd throw it out there. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you, Penny. Eric?
So I know that you just answered, Greg, the distance away, just from the seawall, but just to clarify, it is not attached at any point to the seawall,
No.
correct?
No, it is not attached.
Right.
No.
I didn't think so, but just wanted to make sure on that. And in terms of, and I apologize if I have missed it in a note, or even the narrative, the distance between the slats on the decking material itself will allow enough water. Is there a dimension that you're operating off of?
No, there isn't. I did not specify that dimension. But yes, it would be a pervious because it would have slats between the deck material. But I have not specified what that is, no.
Okay. And then happy to see bituminous concrete going away at any point, in this dune environment. I do have some reservations on it being completely pervious pavers. I understand the desire for people to have ample room for their driveways, especially double wide. Makes things a bit more convenient. I totally get that. But given that it's a dune situation, there is, storm activity in this area. Just don't want to create a situation that would accelerate any stormwater flowage. So I guess looking at it, that's just the downside of the pervious pavers in this situation. But again, like I said, upgrade from the impervious that precedes it, And I just wasn't sure if we'd be able to drop the reveal to make it flush with or at least near flush as logistically possible to the paving material and regrade the lawn back from there, just to create a situation that's not going to channel any potential storm flowage.
We could probably drop the reveal a little bit. I think you still need to have along the edge of the driveway something to hold the pavers physically together, side to side. But that 2-inch reveal, we could probably drop that down to, maybe an inch reveal. In the spacing, we might be able to increase the spacing a little bit on the pavers. Or I could specify an actual pervious paver. Underneath these, is over a foot of crushed stone. So the intent here is that it is a pervious surface.
Right.
As far as if we, the issue that we have out on Rebecca Road is overwash. And, to go to something even more pervious, like say a crushed stone driveway, you've seen filings certainly where people's stone and gravel driveways end up out in the roadway every year. So we were trying to avoid that by putting in something that, is going to stay intact, but also allow water to flow through it. So I can certainly look at dropping that reveal and, coming up with a little bit better paver diagram with spacing for you.
All right. Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Brendan?
I think I already went.
Oh, okay. And Penny, I got you, right?
Yeah.
Roger?
Yeah, no, my question was going to be around the spacing as well. I was wondering, like with the driveway getting wider, is it going to cause more additional runoff that could impact other areas out in that area? So I think if the spacing could be evaluated, I think that would be my request or my ask, because you are losing a lot of what I think is green space on that property from the front and the back. So I think it's going to channel a lot more water than it may be used to.
Thank you. Robbie?
Just one question. The site plan indicates some existing riprap along the seawall, and it looks like by the corner of the existing deck. Does that perform any function, or?
As far as I can tell, it was just put along the back of the seawall so that any overwash coming over wasn't eroding the landscape and eroding the lawn that was there. It was probably tough to grow grass right up against the back of the seawall.
Got it. Thank you.
Structurally, I don't think it served a purpose, no.
Okay. Thank you. I got everybody, right? Do we have anybody in the audience on this one?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay. So a couple of things, Greg. With regard to the pavers and the spacing, I thought seems like remember reading different paver companies and that can be expanded. So I'm just wondering if that could be adjusted, take a look at the specifications. There's different companies with different approaches to permeable pavers, but seems like if there was something that I know it can wash out a little bit, but that's actually there's a geotextile fabric that's underneath that. And I don't remember that if that's a typical installation. It just seems to me like that would get silted up and then it'd be less likely to have anything go through it.
Well, in the spacing, there's supposed to be this sand that you place in there, and that sand would trap any of the fines up on the physical surface of the pavers.
Okay.
But that sand is, fairly pervious itself. It's not an open space. You fill those joints.
Okay. All right. And then the larger one for me, I do have that same concern as Penny, that putting these so close to the seawall creates a few issues. Right now, there's a deck sitting on some cribbing on Oceanside, I think, because it was in the way of the seawall that they're repairing, and so they just detached it from the house, and now it's sitting adjacent to the house. And I think that seawall that's along there is in need of some work. But I mean, you can build a deck up to the property line, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. And then to put the sonotubes right there as well. I mean, there's other ways to make this so that either it was cantilevered a little bit more or somehow so that the braces could be put away. But do you know the depth of these sonotubes?
They're a minimum of 4 feet.
And are these going to be precast or poured in place or
Precast.
okay? And there's not an issue with I think with scour or anything like that in that location.
Not that I'm aware of.
Just trying to remember that resource area if there's anything that goes along with that. It looks like maybe Robbie might have muted himself, Josh. Like he might be out. Or maybe you
Sorry.
got it. So I just wonder if the sonotubes are compliant with that location.
What I can do, it sounds like we're, headed toward a continuance. I can discuss that with the building inspector. I can discuss that with one of the structural engineers we work with just to confirm that they're suitable at that location.
I think we should, and maybe get a little cross section, a little detail with depth and support and stuff like that. Maybe look at the placement of where those go along the seawall and talk with them a little bit more. Maybe get a little detail on the
Okay.
construction of the deck. And if there's any more information you can give us with the pavers that would satisfy the commission, some permeability or something. We have, I think it might be fairly easy to figure out with a paved driveway with no permeability to the expansion of that with permeability. Are we talking about the same thing? That would be helpful.
Okay.
Does anybody else have anything? Do we have a hand up?
Yeah, it was mine. I had a question. In terms of the proximity of the deck to the seawall, in the event that maintenance is required, is there some kind of easement on the seawall that requires the property owner to make the space available, or I'm not sure of the mechanism. And I say that because personally, I don't have an issue with the closeness of the deck to the seawall. But my assumption would be if repairs were required, that the homeowner would need to make that, feasible, right?
I think they wind up obtaining easements at the time that they have do that work if they don't already have it. I'm pretty sure that's how they do those. They go along and it's a whole process in getting the approvals for the seawall.
And the maintenance wouldn't be like an annual type maintenance, right? It would be an unexpected event or something like that, right?
It takes a while. I mean, it seems like this is an area they hopefully will be working towards doing, and even the maintenance one is a lot of cracks and jackhammering and stuff. It's not a simple process. It's just we try to caution folks with that to give some consideration to that and to the overwash from the seawall and make sure that they aren't creating more of a problem for themselves with some of that. But it'd be good for Greg to just run that up the flagpole with the structural engineer and the building inspector. I think that would be a best thing to do. But and we didn't have anybody else, right?
I thought I saw one hand raised, but it went back down.
Okay, when do we want to continue this to, Jen?
It can go, it's the 18th or September 8th.
August 18th or the 8th?
Greg?
September.
Can we do August 18th?
Okay,
Sure.
I make a motion, we continue 45 Rebecca to, August 18th.
I'll second that.
Motion by Penny, seconded by Brendan. All in favor, Eric,
Yes.
Roger,
Yes.
Robbie,
Yes.
and Frank, yes. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
198 Central Ave, a dock on July 21st, 2025, 6 p.m. The Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700, Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws for notice of intent filed by 198 Central Ave LLC for the construction of a dock located at 198 Central Ave, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend. Information to access the meeting will be available on the agenda posted on the website.
Great.
You're going to be with us all night, Greg.
It's been a long night. I feel you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Gregory Morse representing the applicant 198 Central Ave LLC. What puts us before you tonight is a notice of intent for a proposed dock. The applicant lives on the opposite side of Central Ave in their home, and they want to propose this dock, which will be accessing the South River, which is a coastal and tidal river in the Hummerock section of town. The lot itself is the bold black lines or the property lines. It extends from Central Ave out to the mean low water mark of the South River. It's approximately 5,721 square feet in size. There are no vegetated wetlands on this property, but it is in land subject to coastal storm flowage, and this portion of Hummerock is a barrier beach. The proposal here is to construct a wooden pier starting up at Central Ave. The wooden pier would be 4 feet wide by 87 feet long. It would be on 16 timber-driven piles. And then on the river side would be a 40-foot long removable aluminum gangway. And out in the river itself would be a 12 by 24-foot float with 4 piles anchoring it in place. There are similar docks up and down the river at this location. You can see the abutters dock, which was recently built immediately to the south of us on this plan. This is our first step, would be getting approval from the local conservation commission, and then we apply to the DEP and the Army Corps of Engineers for our Chapter 91 license. You should have in your records correspondence already from the harbor master, who had no objections to this project. His standard conditions, I think we've already incorporated onto the plan, include putting signage on the dock, which again, we've already incorporated. You also have a letter from Division of Marine Fisheries with recommendations regarding the construction of the dock, time of year, and we would agree, obviously, to any recommendations of Department of Marine Fisheries. DEP issued their file number. This dock was designed in accordance with the residential dock guidance. It is elevated above the mean high water mark, a total of 5 feet above mean high water, which is the minimum height for a new dock. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay. Jen?
My comments are more just a reminder about some of the conditions we usually have for docks.
You're coming in a little.
Sorry, that was me again. My comments are more related to the conditions we would have about not storing anything, making sure anything that needs to be stored is in an appropriate location so it doesn't get washed out in a storm. Some of the comments we have like that, like none of the work starting until they have all the other permits that they've mentioned that they need. We do have comments from the harbor master, and then any work that goes off the property towards the road would need approval from the town. And if anything needs to be done to the guardrail, that would also need to be coordinated with DPW. I think there's an opening there, but if anything like that were to be done, to coordinate that with DPW with the town.
Okay.
There is an existing guardrail along Central Ave at this location, and it has an existing opening immediately in front of this dock. It was anticipated when the guardrail went in. So we don't have to touch that.
Perfect. Okay. Eric?
Just one question on utilities, Greg. No water, electricity, or lights running down here, correct?
No, no utilities.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Brendan?
I see here existing piers. So I on your plan, are those being removed or are they just going to stay there?
Those would either be pulled when we have a crane on the site or just cut flush with the ground surface.
Okay.
Okay. Penny?
Okay, that's all.
Thanks.
Okay, Greg, I'm not quite sure if I understood you or not, but the actual dock itself, does that come out in the winter?
Yes, it does.
And where, they know they cannot store it on the marsh, right?
Correct. They can't store it on the marsh.
They have to, I don't care, put it in their own yard.
Yep.
Okay, that's all. I just want to be sure we don't want anything stored there. Thank you.
Okay. Roger?
Yeah, I got a couple questions on this. If I'm looking at a map correctly, this is looks like it's south of going to be one of the most southern docks along that stretch of Hummerock. Isn't that like a really mud flat area? Like I see it being very shallow there, and I'm not sure how you guys are not going to be able to have barges rest on the flat at any time because I'm not sure it holds enough water for
Sure.
an extended period of time.
Yeah. So what we do when we do these surveys is we take a boat out into the river and we survey the river bottom as part of the dock surveying. And that's what we've done. We've provided a profile of that. And you'll see that in the profile, where the float is, from the bottom of the float to the bottom of the river is 2.5 feet. Okay. This float, but to guarantee that, we've equipped this float with float stops, which are specified. Float stops are mounted to the piles that are in the river so that it maintains that float a minimum of 2.5 feet off the bottom of the river.
And are you describing the barge as being part of the dock? When I refer to the barge, I'm talking about the installation of driving the pilings. How is that? Am I misinterpreting what you guys are referring to as the barge?
Yeah, I might have misinterpreted the question. I apologize. So a barge will come out typically, and float to the location where they can reach this with with either an excavator or a crane on the barge to drive those piles that are out in the water. They'll bring it in, at a tide event where they can float the barge in. So,
but will they leave the barge there throughout the tides? Because if I'm reading this correctly, it's not going to rest on the sandbars at any point.
No. So they'll come in at a high tide and drive the piles, and then they'll remove the barge out so it doesn't sit on the bottom. They don't want the barge sitting on the sandbar.
Has anybody looked at what the depth of it is during, and will the barges hold it? I know there was a incident with a barge a couple of years ago with the current in the river, but do we know if it's deep enough to really actually allow them to get in there with enough time at that high water mark and get in and get out quickly? Because I mean, it's pretty shallow back in there.
Yeah.
And the current river has shifted in the past year or so to actually dump more sand over there and make much more of an extensive bar.
It has, absolutely, because yeah, you come down off of Central into the river at this location, and the contours that we shot on the bottom of the river do show that the grades at the bottom of the river come up. There is certainly a bar there before you get out to the real thread of the South River. The the barge that will be used to do this work certainly can make it in because we were involved in the permitting and the construction of the abutters dock, which was just built within the last 2 years. And the same barge and the same contractor are likely to do the work on this one.
Okay. I just know that whole area has changed in like the last 2 years. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Fine. Robbie?
Just one question. I guess I can see the contours from the river to Central Ave, but the profile of Central Ave, I'm not sure if this opening in the guardrail, I think that's where the dock's going, if that is the low point. I can't quite tell. It looks like there might be some runoff occurring from the street to this opening where the proposed dock would be. So I'm just curious where the low point on Central Ave is, if that's known.
I don't know where the low point on Central Ave is. That wasn't something that would be considered with respect to this dock layout.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just from personal going down there several times, I think Central Ave goes downhill slightly as it goes north. The Central Ave, the lower part of Central Ave, you can almost see where the material's been washing into the river.
Yeah.
In that lower, if I recall, being down there looking at a couple other projects. And there is stipulation that barges or whatnot, we should have that in the orders that they cannot rest on the bottom, either during construction or storage. We can put orders in for that, which is a good point.
Yeah, I would support that.
Thank you. And we just for your information, I mean, this is one stop and many for the applicant. The Conservation Commission, they've already started with the harbor master and fisheries, but they'll have to keep going with a number of applications. It won't be just with the commission. Greg, though, and I know it's late, I don't really want to get into it for a long time, but like going back to our first hearing, I'm looking at the two elevations of the ocean. Can you just explain that real quick to the commission members tonight, the HTL and the MHW?
Sure. And this is kind of confusing because this is all about the datums and how we measure with respect to sea level. And all of the datums that engineers and surveyors are using on these projects are all with respect to sea level. With this one here, what we have, if you look at the profile, you'll see MLW, which stands for mean low water, is at -5. And then we have mean high water. It's at elevation 4. And so our mean is between that 5 and that 4. Our mean in this case here is actually at elevation 0. So our average tide is coming up 4 feet to high tide, and it's going down 5 feet to low tide. Those numbers are given to us by a study of NOAA and a series of buoys that are off the coast. The closest buoy is up in Boston Harbor, and they monitor it over a 19-year cycle and give us those numbers. The HTL stands for high tide line, and that's not a mathematical calculation from the buoys, but what that is that's where our surveyors have physically shot a high tide line or shot a rack line, if you will, of seaweed along the coast. But mean high water is our mean high tide. You certainly get events that are higher than that with astronomical high tides or moon tides. But mean high water is what we designed to on a dock system.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to go into any more than that tonight, but I did want to seem like an easy way to look at that.
Some datums would set the mean low water, and we would use that as elevation 0. And then the mean high water would be at elevation 9. So it's all about where we're setting elevation 0. And so it does get confusing with the datums for sure, for that very purpose. They start the 0 number at various points in the tide cycle.
That's what I remember on a couple of things, but okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody in the audience?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay. We want to make a motion?
Make a motion to close an issue, Jen?
Yes, please.
I'll second that.
Brendan, all in favor? Eric?
Yes.
Roger?
Just looking for stipulation on that it's going to include to make sure that the barges are not resting on the tidal flats.
Right.
Yes.
So a good point to remember, and when we have these hearings, if you have areas of concern like that they be brought up at the meeting, because that way Jen and Josh can incorporate those into our orders. If we don't discuss them and then we sort of have like regular orders, but it's good to bring those up because then for sure they're part of the orders when the commission does that. So it's helpful to bring those pieces up, and so that will become part of the order conditions.
Okay, then yes from me.
Thank you. Robbie?
Yes, for me.
Okay, and Frank, yes. Great. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Joe. 138 Gilson Road. This is Merrill Engineering, Jason Zimbram for an addition. So on July 21st, 2025 at 6 p.m., Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under 131, Section 40 of the Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700 Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws for a notice of intent filed by Jason Zimbran for the construction of an addition of a garage located at 138 Gilson Road, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend. Information to access the meeting will be available on the agenda posted on the website.
And we have Caroline Reese here from Merrill Engineering.
Good evening.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Fantastic. For the record, Caroline Reese, a Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. I'm here with the applicant, Jason Zimbran, owner of 138 Gilson Road. We are proposing an addition onto the existing main dwelling that would consist primarily of a attached garage and a small breezeway to provide parking for the dwelling. The lot's approximately 31,500 square feet. It is in the Water Resource Protection District. The topography slopes towards the rear of the property where the wetlands are flagged in blue. We have bordering vegetated wetlands that extend onto that west corner of the property, denoted in blue. There are, the lot's completely in a zone X, and there are no HSESPs or ACECs on site. The lot consists of, thank you, a main dwelling, a detached accessory dwelling on the north side. There are 2 paved driveways, a paved walkway, rear patio, a shed in the rear corner of the lot, and that rectangular area towards the rear center is a garden area. And so with this addition, the the impervious area is increased by approximately 925 square feet. Most of that lies within the 50 and 100-foot buffer to the resource area. There's no work proposed within the 50-foot buffer. Some of the work lies outside the 100-foot buffer. So the increase in impervious area within the buffer zones is about 795 square feet. A silt socks proposed, and although we don't have a planting plan yet, the owners do propose approximately 400 square feet of native plantings, which would provide mitigation between the resource area and the proposed work, as you can see in the hatched area. The driveway would be slightly realigned, I should point out, just to kind of meet the garage bays. For stormwater control, all roof runoff is directed to an infiltration system that is just to the north of the proposed addition. It measures 8 by 10 by 2 feet with 2 Cultec chambers. This is sized to hold all the runoff, 1 inch of runoff from the entire addition, and all roof leaders are led to it. We did not account for exfiltration here, which of course, so this design is conservative because there will be exfiltration. And that's about it. I could open it back to questions at this point.
Okay. Jen?
I am looking for my notes. Maybe come back to me.
Yep. So Penny.
Yeah. Thank you, Frank. So the mitigation, the plantings are going to be around that proposed garage? Is
correct? But
okay. Well, you'll have to get a planting plan into Jen.
Yes. Yes, we were hoping that could be contingent on an approval once issued, so the homeowner can kind of get a feel for the looks of it. And we'll stipulate all native plantings.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay. Other than that, no. I wish you didn't have the shed where you have the shed, but obviously it's been there for eons, probably. Your garden. No, I'm all set. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. Brendan?
I think I'm okay.
Eric?
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the proposal of mitigation area of 400 square feet, as well as the fact that it will be strictly native plants. I do just want to point out to the applicant that it does appear as if a large portion of that mitigation area is on the north side, very close to the proposed garage structure, making it a challenging site for planting. And as we all want to make sure that this site functions as proposed, I just want that to be a consideration as to whether or not that's the most appropriate location for mitigation plantings. And without having a planting plan, it's really hard to say whether or not what is going to be proposed will be successful or not. And that's my sort of top line comment on it. And then the second thing is the infiltration system. Was there another dry well of sorts being proposed, or is this the only one just to the north of the northeast corner of the proposed garage?
Yeah, with the revisions and with the proposed grading, trying to keep it out of the 50-foot buffer, did decide to just do one system. It's a relatively small addition and it's pretty easy to, I mean, not easy, reasonable. We have the slopes and space to direct all roof leaders to one system. But it's sized for the entire addition.
There's also a couple in the front that are tied to the existing house.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right. Well, that's all I have for right now, Frank. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger?
No questions for me.
Okay. Robbie?
Nothing for me. This looks good.
Thank you. Jen? Do you want
Does this need to file with zoning?
I know we're below the 20% impervious area and we're not in the setback, so I don't
Okay.
believe so.
And can you tell me again where they are considering putting the mitigation area?
well,
Certainly. It's
can I just jump in on that one? Just save us a little time tonight. So what she had said, Jen, is that they would put the planting it's that sort of hatched area right around the garage.
Okay.
And I think that, Eric made a good point that maybe isn't the ideal place for mitigation planting. It's nice for decorative planting for the house. My personal preference, I'm looking at where the wetlands are. If we're trying to do something to benefit the wetlands, I'd like to see that planting between the garden area and the shed. I mean, that's the whole idea of having any sort of a mitigation or a buffer area is to enhance the wetlands. So they can put nice shrubs around the garage. I think that's the nice thing to do. But what we want is they're in the 100. And so those planting I think should be connecting between between that garden area and a section, have a width we deem appropriate between the wetlands and the lawn and carry that around. That would be a benefit to the wetlands. It's my own opinion.
I agree with you,
Can I
Frank, on
just
that.
ask a question?
Sure.
I don't mean to interrupt. So the wetlands out back there, is that all grass or is it real wetlands?
It doesn't say, it just says it was
Yes.
delineated by,
Well, that's why I'm asking.
but that's why we want to have some plantings.
But does she know? Is it no, I think that's a great, your suggestion's great. I'm just wondering if at the moment, if it's grass.
If it's grass all the way to the property line in some,
Okay.
I'm asking
Oh.
versus
But they
like
could-
up
but-
to the
but-
wetland line.
So they could put some buffer in there. That it should be a way, either Brad can pull something together, but the mitigation, I personally would benefit the wetlands better if it was adjoining it. And maybe a couple more things could be planted. Are there any trees or anything being removed, do you know, to build this?
No, not that I'm aware. No. But we could certainly come up with something to move that. I was trying to create a buffer against the structure that kind of shaped to the wetland, but we could certainly, propose something.
And even going back to Brad and see, the commission's amenable. It's a small wetlands area. You're a good distance away. It's not like you're right into the wetland with that. But I think from my opinion, it would be more beneficial, whether it's a couple of trees that were planted out near that area or some shrubberies or some sort of plant material that would enhance that would be the way to go. Whether Brad gives you some recommendation or you come up with something, talk with the owner and see what you can come up with.
Sure, I think that's amenable. Would that be something we could propose as a conditioner of approval, or would this be something to be reviewed at this time?
I'd be fine with a condition.
Set the square footage.
Jen?
I'm okay. Yes, can we talk about square footage a little bit?
Well, gonna go, I mean, they just proposed an area there that looks like it's about 4 foot by 40,
I
right?
proposed 400 square feet.
Yeah, so do the same thing over there. Or
Yeah.
something similar.
Sure, you
I
can see.
think my
Eric?
I think my only comment on that is just making sure that we're doing this hand installation, no machine or anything like that up to the wetland. Okay.
Sure. Okay, if
Yeah.
that's okay, certainly. And then just specify any plantings around the proposed garage be native plantings
That would be good.
and could that area be flexible? Great.
Yeah, I think the area right around the garage is not as a big a concern as protecting the
wetlands.
the wetland out there. So
Sure.
and you had Brad delineate it. Maybe you could go back to him and say, hey, what would work? What would benefit that wetland?
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So what do you want to do, Jen? We're going to close an issue with that condition of moving the plantings out there? Or, well, they have to submit a planting plan.
Yes, I need a planting plan. So it can be close an issue, but with the condition they provide a planting plan for the commission to,
Right.
Yeah.
however the language is accept.
Okay.
Okay. So I make a motion to that, to close an issue. And in the orders will be that a planting plan has to be submitted before work starts.
And we'll probably include some sort of surety just because with mitigation, that's what we're trying to do.
Okay. Somebody want to
Okay, that's a
second
motion
that?
from Penny. I'll take a second.
I'll second that. Brendan.
Brendan, I got it. All in favor. It's getting
Sorry.
late, but I still recognize it. all in favor, Eric?
Yes.
How the hell did we get so late here tonight?
Well, because there's so much on the thing.
Roger
Yes.
and Robbie,
Yes.
Frank, yes. Okay. Now we are at
Zero
Thanks.
Bailey's
Good night.
Island, and that one you do need to open, but they asked for a continuance.
Thank goodness. On July 21st at 2025, 6 p.m., the Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40 of Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700, Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws for notice of intent filed by Kathleen Creel for the construction of a single-family dwelling located 0 Bailey's Island, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend. Information to access the meeting is available on the agenda. And you're saying that they just want to continue this?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, thank you. I can't, I'm leaving the meeting. I want to make sure I'm muted.
Hold on. Yeah, okay. Continue to August 4th.
Yeah. I make a motion that we continue 0 Bailey's Island to August 4th.
I second that.
All in favor? Eric?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Where are we?
We're at RDAs.
Yep.
Offense. Town Way.
This is Town Way.
Yeah.
21 Town Way Extension.
On July 21st at 6 p.m., the Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing, Chapter 131, Section 40 of Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700, Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws for an after-the-fact request for determination of applicability filed by Ronan Drury for installation of a fence located at 21 Town Way Extension. Scituate, abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend. Information to access the meeting is available on the agenda posted on the website.
And we have their engineer here in the packet, though you do have some photos so you can see this is a fence, but it's posts with rope combining it. I just wanted people to know it isn't like a picket fence or anything like that. Okay, I'm sorry.
Hello, good evening. My name is Azue Tuniru. I am a registered professional engineer in the Commonwealth, as well as a registered professional land surveyor, also in the Commonwealth. Mr. Drury had us mark out the property lines. We surveyed it, and he subsequently put some pylons, the short portions of what you will not typically see as a utility pole, and then roped them off. And apparently, I believe Jan or somebody from the commission reached out to Jan, and Mr. Drury received an enforcement order, I believe. And so we responded to it. Mr. Ken Thompson, wetlands biologist, went out there and flagged the salt marsh and the coastal resources. It is in the floodplain. However, based on the plan that my office has put together, obviously it would have it would have made more sense to hindsight is always a 2020 vision. It would have made some sense for him to reach out to conservation, but he didn't think at the time that he needed any permits, seeing that he was not really building any structures per se or any physical barriers. The pylons or the ropes do not impede coastal storm flowage. Again, it is something that at least probably would have required or should have at least required a communication with the Conservation Commission. But it was not done out of malice, I don't believe, nor thumbing his nose at anybody. It was just an oversight, did not know or believe that he needed a permit for something like that. And that is why we're here before you. And so he had also, I believe, submitted some documentation to Jen via email, I believe, basically expressing the reason why he did that. It was just more of there's too many trespassers and people going there and having parties. And they just wanted to make sure that at least he's not held responsible for juvenile or delinquent activities or untoward type of activities that may be objectionable. So it's basically designed, if you will, to protect himself and his family and nothing more. And I would hope that the commission would see to it that and allow the pylons to be. And he knows now that any other physical work that he intends to do, which I don't believe he intends to do anything there. As you can see, the building itself is sitting on stilts. So, based on the fact that there is no impediment to coastal storm flowage and that he maintains the property in good condition, I would hope that the commission will see that a notice of intent application it's not really necessary at this point. And that's our hope and that's our prayer to the commission. And as my beautiful wife for 45 years always tells me, well, stop talking. She's never met them, and she's sitting right next to me. She's never met a man.
Tell her I'm with her.
She's never,
We
she's
agree
never
with
met
her.
a man that likes to hear himself talk. So I'll shut up.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the explanation and whatnot. So Jen, do you want to give us a little bit of background?
Yeah, so we noticed that the post had gone in, but wasn't sure what that was going to mean. So sent a letter to ask them to stop and then, contact us, which they did, and they did submit a plan with um, you know, all the information so you can see how sensitive this area is. We're
Yeah.
in the resource area. It's definitely an area that gets hit with storms, and we don't want anything going on that's going to be impeding any flow or producing any pollution into the marsh or into the ocean. Um, so as far as the posts are concerned, it was good to see that the intent was to do the rope in between and not some other more
Yeah.
permanent type structure or something that would impede sediment or sand or water. Um, so they provided some good information and certainly showed all the resource areas on the plan.
Okay.
Including the high water line, so you can see, really how close we are to where the water comes up. I do want to also add that part of this area is where their septic is.
Yeah.
So I mean, it just that's just so that's
Okay.
understood.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Brendan,
I have no comments, no questions. Thank you.
Eric.
My only question, just and you might have said at the beginning, the depth of these, because we just don't want these dislodging and becoming, a projectile during storm events. And then final question, is the rope going to be removed during the off season? And that's all I have.
Okay. You want to answer those questions?
Yes, sir. The depth of the pylons are 3 times the exposed height, so they are properly anchored in, and they will not become projectiles. And the ropes stays
Okay,
there,
go
but if
before
you
you. So how high do these stick out of the ground?
about 12, 16 inches.
The these piles only stick out about a foot
Yeah, yeah.
or
No,
18
no,
inches.
they're about 18 inches. They're not that
Okay.
tall. Yeah.
So then they're in the ground maybe 3 feet or something like that.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I'm
Yes,
sorry,
sir.
the rope.
Yeah, the ropes during the season, obviously in the winter time, nobody's there. So so they can be removed during the winter.
Okay.
It's mostly to keep people from sitting there and then having a party and then leaving the trash. And then he's responsible to going out there and clean up people's trash.
Yeah.
That's all.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Penny.
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. Roger.
Just one question, really, just clarification. I think you said originally it was for security and protection, but if it's only like 12 to 18 inches, it's really more to just kind of box in the property. Is that a fair way to look at this?
Yeah, yeah. Just a visual barrier that says, "Hey,
Okay.
if you will, instead of putting a bound in the ground that nobody sees, this is more of a calling attention to trespassers." That's basically it.
No other
Okay.
questions.
Thank you. And Robbie.
Nothing from me on this.
Okay. Okay. Jen, and you don't have anything else. We don't have anybody in the audience for this. Okay. Well, Jen just gave me your filing along with this. And I'm sorry, your first name is it Azu?
Azu.
Azu.
Yeah, just don't go at you, and then everybody's gonna be going. God bless you.
Okay. I have to tell you that this is probably one of the most thorough RDAs that I've seen, and I appreciate your all the information you put together, and I appreciate your client's response to this. So if nobody else has any comment, we get it, and I think your client gets it, that needs to come before the commission.
Any work.
Jen, you don't see any reason that we can't give this
No,
a
I greatly appreciate if the rope is removed in the winter, and I think that would benefit them because I'm concerned it would get washed away or damaged. So then, and that's not fun to recover that. So I mean, that's just
No, we
I
don't
would
want it
suggest
in the
that, but
ocean.
otherwise, comments. Otherwise, I don't think it's impeding anything.
Okay.
No.
All right.
A
Take a motion.
negative what, Jen?
Oh, good
Jen?
question. -2.
I make a motion for a -2.
I second that.
Okay, that's Penny, Brendan, all in favor. Eric,
Yes.
Roger,
Yes.
Robbie.
Yes.
10 o'clock. Wow.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night now.
Have a nice
Yes.
evening.
Yep, you
Yeah,
too.
you as well.
On July 21st, 2025, 6 p.m., the Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40 of Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700 Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws for the request for determination of applicability filed by Nick Rasher for the installation of stairs located at 33 Central Ave, Unit 9 in Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend. Information to access the meeting is available on the agenda posted on the website.
All right, Nick Rasher is with us. I just unmuted him if he wants to describe his project.
Sure. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can.
Yep.
Great. Let me get rid of this. So my client has an existing dwelling there, and they have one entrance in the front. They'd like to be able to use their backyard, as small as it is, without having to exit the front door and walk all the way around the building. So they have an existing mullion window in a rear bedroom, and they'd like to remove one of the windows and put a door and a small landing and stairs to grade. And that's just so they have a little more utility. I think they're getting a little bit older. They're about my age, actually. And I think having a second egress is a good thing for them. I don't think it impacts anything at all, but we want to make sure we dot all our T's and cross our I's, or whatever the expression is.
Yep.
So.
Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense to me. And it looks like it comes out. I have the benefit of well, you have the picture too. So
Yeah, the
Sure.
color.
it looks like that's going to come out onto that crushed stone area. Cobble.
Yeah, we're not going to add any impervious area or anything like that. Although I do have a question about the landing of the stairs. Typically, I make a concrete pad for the bottom of the stairs to anchor them, but that may not be possible, and I can do it. I have alternative methods if you indicate that that's necessary. Also, concrete piers would be typical for this, but I can do that also with wooden piers as well. So.
Okay. Jen, do you want to make any comments?
I think you had said that the owner had gotten approval from the condo association already.
Yeah, she said that she did. She discussed it with them.
Okay. Otherwise I am okay with it. Any lattice, I'm not sure if there's lattice underneath the stairs, but you want to make sure you keep space underneath of it for water to move.
Yeah.
We're in flood. There's a lot of areas there.
Yep. So they do want lattice underneath. Is there a rule regarding how high that must be off the grade? Or can that go to the grade as long as the lattice has spacing between it?
No, we want it above the grade.
Okay.
Maybe I would look at how the rest of the house is, how far up off the ground the other condos are.
So the client, go ahead.
There's already a skirt. There's already a skirt there, so just stay with the skirt.
The the client did ask if we could, the space between the skirt and the grade, they have a small dog and they were wondering if we could do something about that, but I can tell from this conversation that that's not going to happen. So
No.
I won't ask the question.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Otherwise, sounds good.
Okay, so so we had comment from Jen. Eric?
Nothing additional from
No.
what has just been discussed.
Yep. Brendan?
I have no comments.
Penny, you've already chirped in, haven't you?
Yeah, really. I'm all set with it.
Okay. Roger?
No comments, questions.
Robbie?
I'm good with this.
Okay. And I'm anybody in the audience?
I think I'm the only one left.
No hands
Okay.
raised.
All right. Take
All
a
right.
motion.
Jen, -3?
-2.
We never used to do these. I make a motion
We
for
just fixed it on
-2.
our end.
We're not
Yeah,
going to
-2.
discuss it. We're not going to discuss it tonight
No,
either.
we're not. -2.
Okay, that's a motion.
I
from
second
Penny,
that.
Second from Brendan. All in favor, Eric?
Yep.
Roger?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Frank, yes. And I wasn't pulling you guys up last. I try to do that for a meeting or two so you can get the flavor and then you'll all wind up in the mix. Don't like to put anybody in the hot seat either. So appreciate it. And I'm really apologetic of the time here tonight. We haven't had one of these. I don't think
In
Josh
a
has
long
been in.
time.
No, it's unusual. So don't be scared.
More additional business, right, Frank?
Oh my God. We had a couple of little things, but I'm really don't care about discussing anything else this evening. Jen, did you have anything pressing?
No, I think we just got to wrap it.
Okay.
Yeah, I make a motion to go home.
I second that.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you
Have
all.
a nice
Night.
night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Take care.
Have a good
Later.
night.
Welcome, Robbie.
Thank you.